Good morning and welcome to today's Aviation Subcommittee hearing titled Finding the Right Frequency, 5G Deployment and Aviation Safety. On January 24th, 25th, and 26th, Alaska Airlines canceled over 50 flights at Painfield, Everett, my hometown. Was it the thicker than usual 24-hour fog? No, planes fly in worse. Was it the Embraer 175 radio altimeter? Also, no, the airplane flies with that radio altimeter all the time. Was it the runway orientation? Was it pointing the wrong way? Well, that's a silly assumption to make. Was it the presence of a radio tower with a soon-to-be activated 5G transmitter? No, not just that. Unfortunately, the problem was all of those things, coming together in a perfect storm of technology. This true story about 5G and aviation safety shows that the problem we are addressing today has more layers than a Dagwood sandwich. So what do we do when we're faced with a complex problem like this? We break it into parts and we focus on basic principles. And our basic principle in this subcommittee is aviation safety. So how to ensure that 5G and aviation safety can coexist, in the words of several of our witnesses. What I hope emerges from this hearing is that the subcommittee has a firm grasp of what the telecommunication and aviation industry, the FAA, the FCC, and the NTIA, and others can do to anticipate future 5G rollout conflicts, avoid them, and what impact future FCC auctions may have on aviation operations, and establish a process, formal or informal, to proactively address these conflicts. In preparation for today's hearing, here's what I've concluded. That the aviation industry has expressed concerns about 5G interference as far back as 2015 at the World Radio Conference. I also found out there is actually something called the World Radio Conference. I also found out the NTIA, the federal agency responsible for coordinating spectrum policy, failed to communicate the FAA concerns through the formalized FCC process. I found that telecom engineers and aerospace engineers have the name engineers in common, but beyond that, they speak actually different engineering languages when they speak to each other and when they speak to each other at all. But I understand that is changing as well, and that's a positive outcome. I found that the industries, aviation and telecom, have misaligned cultures on this issue, with telecom being about clearer, faster communications, as its selling point. And aviation has aviation safety as its selling point. It's what gives the public confidence in flying. I also found out that this is not a federal government only problem. It is also an industry problem. So what can we do to help aviation safety and 5G coexist? Well, I think there's an imperative here. There will be a continued rollout of the C-band from the 3.7 to 3.8 megahertz on the spectrum, and eventually the 3.8 to 3.98, which will bring it that much closer to the 4.2 megahertz band where the aviation band starts. There's a potential for future auctions as well. And then there's 6G coming down, and it means different things to different people, and we don't know what it means for aviation safety. So we need to begin to understand that. I think we need to establish an informal or formalized communication between the FAA and the FCC moving forward as well, so that hopefully we don't have to have another hearing like this. I would like to think that perhaps in foreign policy, what they call a track 2 dialogue can be convened, which is an informal, non-governmental discussion, in this case on 5G, on radio altimeters, on next steps, that can be then used to inform the more formal mechanisms. Sort of sort these things out informally and then inform the formal mechanisms. I certainly look forward to other ideas that we're going to hear from our witnesses today. And as we move forward, maybe we can get this Dagwood sandwich down to bite-sized chunks moving forward. But with that, I yield the balance of my time, and I'll recognize Representative Graves from Louisiana for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you having this hearing. Mr. Chairman, the United States has the safest aviation industry in the world. It's the safest way to travel. We have the gold standard in regard to safety and innovation. We also, I believe I can speak for everyone on this panel, Republicans, Democrats, everyone supports the deployment of 5G C-band and trying to help to bridge the digital divide. I don't think that there's anyone here that would stand in front of aviation safety and block efforts to advance, and I don't think that there's anyone here that would block efforts to improve technology, communication, and again, to help to bridge the digital divide. Yet, if we look at what has happened and we found ourselves in this absolutely ridiculous, inexcusable situation, after knowing for years that there were challenges here, that there were issues here, and finding ourselves in a situation where at the very last minute, their claims, cries, demands, what have you, to delay deployment in something that was entirely preventable. Something, as the chair noted, issues had been raised not months before, but years and years before. And we found ourselves in this situation. There's something called Parkinson's Law. Parkinson's Law is that you're going to use every bit of time available to you to finish a task. In this case, we didn't even do that. We saw two very capable agencies, or three if you include NTIA, just simply sit here and play chicken with one another, or whatever ridiculousness happened. And now we ended up threatening aviation safety. We had flights canceled. And let me tell you something. Tim Clark, the CEO of Emirates, the airline, said, quote, "This was one of the most delinquent, utterly irresponsible, utterly irresponsible instances he has seen in his aviation career." This is the CEO of a company, of an airline. There's no excuse for us to be in this situation. This is what you would expect from some other country without the governance structure, without the strong civil support structure that we have in the United States. It's embarrassing, and I'll say it again, ridiculous, and it's inexcusable. The traveling public expects that airlines are going to be safe. We already have enough uncertainty related to schedules and weather and other things that we don't need to create our own problems, further disrupting or creating uncertainty in airline travel. This committee takes aviation safety incredibly seriously, as you've seen from what we have primarily focused on over the last 3 years. So how do you balance this issue of aviation safety and deployment of 5G C-band to make sure that you can continue to have altimeters that work, you can continue to have aviation safety, and you can continue to deploy this new technology to improve communication? The first step is leadership. It's leadership, and it's fundamental changes in the two primary agencies, the FAA and the FCC, in terms of how they approach things in this case. Most of the time, I think agencies sit there and they wait for people to come to them. And in this case, we saw agencies both sitting there waiting in many cases, and it simply didn't work. It caused the problem that we're facing today. I think we can partially blame the clash of cultures at the two agencies with very different missions. The communications regulator, the FCC, is searching for evidence that there are problems with altimeters and 5G interference, and the FAA, as the aviation safety regulator, is searching for proof that there are none. Totally different approaches. And make no mistake that what's going on right now, we are still in the middle of this mess. We have temporary extensions, mitigation features, and Band-Aids. We're still in the middle of a big mess. And although the temperature's been turned down for now, there's an awful lot of work to be done by all parties as we move forward. To Administrator Dickson, I do want to thank you and your team for working through the holidays diligently and over the past month to keep our aviation system safe and operating while the significant rollout of 5G C-band across the country has occurred. And I know we've asked a lot of your team, and I know they're going to be asking for a whole lot more over the next few months. We need them analyzing the data they're receiving from radio altimeter manufacturers, wireless communication companies, aircraft manufacturers, and reporting they've learned about potential interference. We need a lot of work in terms of the alternatives, I guess, approved in order to allow aviation safety to continue. We need them working with RTCA to expedite the development and publication of new radio altimeter standards and manufacturers to move forward. I look forward to hearing from the witnesses today, but I want to say again, I'm glad everyone's working well together now. It shouldn't have taken this long, and then I think that the White House and others should have stepped in well before we reached a level of chaos. Mr. Chairman, thanks again for having the hearing, and look forward to hearing from our witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Graves. Chair now recognizes the Chair of the full committee, Mr. DeFazio of Oregon, recognized for
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, you both have well outlined the extraordinary lack of communication and coordination between the FCC and the FAA. And of course, the NTIA is supposed to arbitrate these sorts of things and intervene, National Technical Information Agency, but they just received their first permanent head since the beginning of the Trump presidency. There were 5 interim heads during his presidency. And hopefully the new head will be able to put them in their rightful place of coordinating as we move forward, because we are not done with this yet. We have temporary measures in place, but you know, there are going to be more towers put out there. The companies consider their towers, their heights, their strength, their location to be proprietary data. It can't be proprietary data. You can't just plop one down next to a critical approach into an airport. But that's what was going on. And the industry refused to share that data, even though there was a very specific request made by the FAA on November 2nd. And finally, on December 22nd, they began to release data on where their secret towers were, what their powers were, where the antennas were pointed. And that's when we began to realize this was going to be a big problem. And in fact, for the first 2 days, they said, oh, well, you can't give this data to anybody. You can't share it. This is secret. So until we finally, the lawyers worked it out, and the FAA could work with the manufacturers and the airlines, and the airports have not really been particularly well informed throughout this whole process. There's just phenomenal room for improvement. There needs to be a formalized process. Memorandums of understanding between affected agencies, dealing with the FCC. This isn't the first instance. The FCC decided to sell off half of the vehicle-to-vehicle safety band. We're moving to automated vehicles, and we're trying to develop things, crash avoidance, vehicle communication. And they said, no, it's much more important that people can stream high D while walking down the street on their cell phone. So they sold off half of that spectrum. They're being litigated, and hopefully they'll lose. And we will preserve that for the future of automobile safety. They also disregarded the concerns of the Department of Defense on letting Legato turn on its satellites with the potential degradation of critical GPS. It's a pattern of ignoring consequences beyond the consequences to the profitability of the telecom industry. That's their only focus. Telecom wants this, they need this, they got to have it. That's got to change. And hopefully the NTIA can negotiate this, or maybe it has to be mandated by Congress. You're going to have memorandums of understanding. You're actually going to meaningfully cooperate and coordinate with these other agencies. You're going to take your sort of regulated, we don't really regulate telecoms anymore. That's why we have the crappiest cell phone service in the world. Your regulated entities are going to communicate things to us, to the affected parties that will affect their industries. I mean, that only makes sense. That only makes sense. And it's so disappointing. And we still have denial. We're going to hear from a witness today who's going to say, oh, whoa, we have much greater safeguards than France now. Oops, not true. She say, oh, they're operating at a much higher power in France. No, 2.5 times higher here. The antenna angles are mandated to be tilted down in France, and they have exclusion zones, and the list goes on around the country, around the world. And they say, oh, because it's safe elsewhere. Well, everybody else has taken measures to protect aviation, but we didn't until the last minute. And it's a temporary agreement, and something has to be worked out long-term in the next 6 months as they deploy more of these towers. They want to put them right in the flight path because, we want to get to that neighborhood over there. That's going to be a high-profit center for us, so we want to have an antenna right there. There have to be some restrictions and agreements because we cannot have conflicting industries. Having a dropped call is way less serious than having a dropped airplane out of the sky. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. The Chair recognizes Representative Graves of Missouri for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ranking Member Graves for having this hearing, and I also want to thank our witnesses on both panels for being here. It's no secret that our nation continues to grapple with one crisis after the next. Thankfully, though, we're here today to talk about one crisis that was narrowly averted, at least for the time being. And I want to commend the aviation and telecom industries for their collaborative efforts to ensure that aviation safety and 5G deployment can safely coexist. It goes without saying that alarmist headlines, especially those about complex avionics and spectrum issues, lead to unhelpful finger-pointing and distract from serious and technical efforts that produce some lasting solutions. Regrettably, many of these headlines were byproducts of a botched government coordination process, even though the issues have been raised publicly now for years. The American people have been better served had government acted much sooner than it did in bringing together the experts at FAA and the FCC and related industries to address the issues at hand. But here we are now, and I know that members on both sides of the aisle are eager to hear what is going to happen in the short term, the medium term, and the long term to fully and permanently resolve any issues with potential 5G interference with radio altimeters. As always, aviation safety is the #1 priority of this committee and the FAA. And that safety can only be ensured when we're not lurching from one deadline to the other. Safety also requires certainty, and that's sorely lacking right now from both air carriers and wireless carriers. This topic is an issue of immense economic significance to both the telecommunication and aviation industries. And it's crucial that all parties, under the most recent agreement, use this time to work together to devise and implement a permanent solution. The facilitates the 5G rollout, and we have to ensure aviation safety that works for all of the users of the system, whether they're major air carriers or regional airlines, helicopters, or general aviation operators. That is the balance that we have to strike. And again, Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to pile on anymore. I think we've made our point, all of us. So I look forward to hearing the witnesses and what they have to say and how we're going to move forward. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Graves. So before we turn to our witnesses, there was a floor schedule put out earlier. So for the members, there's no plan for votes on the floor till about 4:15. There is a 1:30 p.m. bipartisan classified briefing in the House floor will go into recess at 1:30 p.m. It doesn't impact us, but just for your planning purposes, there won't be any need for us to break as a subcommittee. But at 1:30, the classified briefing is on a Russia-Ukraine issue, but the floor does not plan to vote till about 4:15. It's just for our planning purposes. So it should give us the freedom to get through this, but folks may want to go to the briefing as well. We'll now turn to our witnesses. We'll be hearing 2 panels today, with each panel followed by questions from members. I would now like to welcome our first panel, which consists of one person, the Honorable Steve Dickson, Administrator of the Federal Aviation Administration. Administrator, thank you for joining us today, and we look forward to your testimony. And without objection, your full statement will be included in the record. Since it is part of the record, the subcommittee requests that you limit your oral testimony to 5 minutes. Mr. Dickson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair Larson, and good morning, Chair Larson, Chair DeFazio, Ranking Members Graves, and the members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity today to discuss the FAA's efforts to keep aviation safe in the presence of 5G C-band wireless technology. We've continually maintained that through mutual cooperation, 5G and aviation can safely coexist. We have the safest aviation system in the world, and we don't take that for granted. It's something that is hard-earned every day. We've achieved this because we take actions to mitigate known and potential risks to safety. And that's why the FAA has been involved in a sustained effort since well before the 2020 Spectrum auction to highlight and now mitigate potential 5G interference with critical flight systems. I want to thank this committee for its help and support of aviation safety during this period. Our job would be significantly more difficult without the continued support of this committee. We also appreciate the wireless companies voluntarily providing us with the data that we need to maintain safety while minimizing flight disruptions during this rollout. Now, we're always concerned about radio frequency interference when it comes to aviation infrastructure. But in 2018, a new potential threat emerged. The Mobile Now Act directed the FCC to evaluate the feasibility of auctioning spectrum that's adjacent to the band where radio altimeters operate. The FAA and the aviation industry urged caution. Boeing and the Airline Pilots Association, in filings to the FCC back in 2018, called for more analysis of this issue. The FAA collaborated with or supported research efforts that revealed that 5G operations could significantly degrade or completely interrupt radio altimeter operation during critical phases of flight. And in December of 2020, the acting Deputy DOT Secretary and I sent a letter to the NTIA outlining our concerns about aviation safety, backed up by the recent studies. We asked that the auction be delayed so that we could conduct a safety risk assessment and identify mitigations. Ultimately, the auction occurred, and two of the wireless companies that acquired the C-band spectrum scheduled the initial deployment in early December of 2021. We engaged with our interagency partners throughout the year in an effort to access the information that was necessary to inform aviation safety mitigations. Ultimately, as the deployment approached in late 2021, Secretary Buttigieg and I requested 2 pauses from the wireless companies until mid-January of 2022. During the delay, we established a direct relationship with the wireless companies to receive the necessary information, transmitter locations, power levels, and signal shape characteristics to begin making an aviation safety assessment. The wireless companies also agreed to keep towers turned off around airports that have low visibility approaches. The safety model that we developed, along with the new data that we had access to from the telecommunications companies, allowed the FAA to determine which combination of altimeters and aircraft could be cleared to land in low visibility conditions for specific runways at airports with 5G towers nearby. On January 19th, the wireless companies activated 5G C-band service in many of the 46 markets. Our analysis of the wireless company data has allowed us to target anticipated problem areas more precisely, reducing the impact to both industries. And while we have avoided significant disruption to commercial aviation, we recognize that some communities and operations have been affected because we have not been able to fully mitigate interference risk for certain radio altimeters. Now, we know from long experience that early and open data exchange between everyone, stakeholders and regulators, has proven to be critical to identify and mitigate safety risks. Aviation remains the safest form of transportation because of our commitment to being data-driven in our processes. And we will lean on it as we set new standards for altimeter performance in the new environment that's created by the 5G C-band deployment. Spectrum is a limited resource, but the demand is essentially infinite, and we know that it will increase in coming years. The FAA's primary concern is and always will be the safety of the aviation system, but we firmly believe that by working together, 5G and aviation can and will safely coexist. Moving forward, we are also ready to work across industry and with our federal partners on a more thoughtful, inclusive, and collaborative approach to future spectrum policy and initiatives. Thank you very much for the chance to provide this update, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Administrator Dickson. We're going to start with the Chair of the Full Committee, Mr. DeFazio of Oregon. Mr. DeFazio, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Administrator Dixon, thanks for being with us today. As we've said, we understand what happened, and we want to be certain it doesn't happen again, but we are in sort of a temporary hold here. And it's not totally clear to me, and I think others, that what happens at the end of the 6 months of voluntary period. I've heard some say, no, it's not limited to 6 months, and others, saying, yes, it is limited to 6 months. So could you, for instance, where they've turned off towers in proximity to airports with Cat 3 approaches and low visibility issues, the lower power and that, I mean, how is this going to be solved long-term, and how long do the temporary measures stay in place? And what are we going to do permanently?
Well, thanks for the question, Chair DeFazio, and all parties are working together very effectively at this point, and we have agreed to take the immediate steps necessary to avoid disruption to the aviation system and to stay at the table and work in good faith to determine the next steps. So far, the telecom companies, as I mentioned, have agreed to refrain from activating their 5G towers that are unacceptably close to runways, according to the FAA's safety model, which we continue to refine. They're also providing us with more data in a timely fashion to provide certainty and more predictability to the aviation system, and also to help refine our safety analysis. And they're working with us, as I speak, actually, on a flight test program that will contribute meaningfully to establishing the new standards for radio altimeters, and also to refine what we're doing right now. So I'm encouraged by the progress. We're certainly in a much better place today than we were 2 to 3 weeks ago. And we certainly don't want to be, repeating these deadlines that we've had to overcome. We're finally getting the specific, detailed information that we need to make accurate safety assessments, and that's what we are focused on. And the wireless companies, again, I think they've learned a lot about aviation safety, and we've certainly learned about their business. We're actually we're asking them for data that they've never had to provide to the government before. So that has been very beneficial to both sides, and we'll continue that dialogue as we go forward.
Right. I think we had 2 sets of engineers with different languages, and I'm glad they are now communicating and understanding some of the concerns. We're going to hear from a industry representative, an organization that says safe everywhere else in the world, and we're taking stronger measures than any other country in the world, things that haven't been done elsewhere, but I've seen very specific data that isn't true. Can you address that? I mean, other countries have taken measures for exclusion zones, antenna strength, antenna direction, and other things. Is that correct? Many other countries.
That's correct. But there really is no comparison with either the aviation system or what's going on in the United States with 5G deployment. Our environment is not the same in either case. The power levels in other countries are different. The location on the spectrum is different. And again, we have the most complex and dynamic airspace in the world. So, and also I think it's important to remember that, we're regulating the manufacturers here as well. And so to some degree, many countries around the world, their aviation safety regulators have a reduced scope of responsibility compared to the FAA. So we've got to make sure that if a hazard is identified, that we prove that whatever that hazard is has been completely mitigated from a safety perspective and that the system remains safe. And to that end, laboratory testing did show that there was a hazard from 5G C-band interference. And so we have to prove again to ourselves that there is no hazard, and we're working diligently to do just that.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I guess, and I'm about to run out of time, but I assume that we're going to be looking at perhaps a new generation of altimeters or some sort of filtration or something. But I mean, I'm very concerned about the ongoing deployment and the ongoing protections that we'll put in place. So I'm pleased the industry is cooperating at this point, and hopefully we can work this out together. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Representative Graves of Louisiana for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Administrator Dixon, thank you very much for your testimony today. Look, I heard your answer to the chair about the U.S. system being more complex. I get it. But I also think that we have greater capabilities. And I'm going to say it again. This is inexcusable. It's inexcusable to disrupt air operations, and I think it's inexcusable to delay or prevent the deployment of technology. Can you just help us to understand with the incredible, pardon the pun, but runway we had in this instance, knowing for years that, maybe that wasn't as good as a Dagwood sandwich, but not even close. But just help me understand, how did we get ourselves in this situation?
Well, two parts. I'll try to answer both parts of your question, Ranking Member Graves. As was noted in some of the opening remarks, the aviation sector concerns date back to 2015. And, I will provide a detailed chronology. I won't go through all of those details here. But over a period of years, the FAA participated in testing. We connected with foreign authorities, including ICAO, and communicated our concerns clearly to the FCC via NTIA. We also have, back to Chair DeFazio's point, RTCA Special Committee 239 formed in early 2020 to develop permanent radio altimeter standards and began that work later in the year. And that work continues to this day. When the FCC released the R&O on C-band in March of 2020, we asked for the analysis that supported the conclusion that the limits that were being put in place were sufficient to protect aeronautical services, radio altimeters in particular. But it wasn't until the summer of 21 that we received that analysis, and it actually resulted in transmission limits and characteristics that indicated that the R&O values are not sufficient to protect radio altimeters. And as I said a few minutes ago, we tried for over a year and we were asking for this data. As it turns out, the FCC didn't even have the data that we needed. And we discovered that when we started to work directly with the telecommunications companies. They had never had to provide this kind of information to the government before. They had never had to think about how the signal would impact an airplane moving in 3 dimensions through space. And so it's certainly my hope, and I think all of us recognize that the process did not serve anyone well in this particular case. And so it's in everyone's interest to examine the federal spectrum process to ensure it's coordinated across executive branch agencies to ensure that we surface and resolve issues sooner rather than later.
Administrator, I'm concerned about, even during this interim time, do you believe the FAA has the bandwidth, has the capability to process the alternatives, the AMOCs, between now and July?
It's a huge focus for us, and all of the submissions that we have had, I'm not aware that we have any pending submissions right now. In fact, we are meeting with the manufacturers on a daily basis, really, to refine their analysis as they discover more about the capabilities of the systems that are currently installed on aircraft.
Okay. And going back to your comment earlier about the timeline and information, that would be helpful if you could provide us with that. I would like to better understand the timeline and how we ran into this problem. Now, look, it's no secret we're going to have 6G, 7G, in addition to the immediate issue we have of between now and July of trying to resolve this. Can you help us understand if you believe the FAA has the resources, the capabilities it needs to continue this process through July and beyond as we have new technology roll out and innovation rolls out and new capabilities within communications? Can you give us some comfort or help identify resources you think that the FAA may need to ensure that this doesn't happen again?
Well, we are using not only internal agency resources, but also industry resources as well. And I think that now that we are past the initial deployment, we have asked the telecommunications companies for longer line of sight on their deployments. And you know what? This is one of the differences between the aviation industry and the telecommunications industry. They're not used to the precision that we need to have when we are rolling out new technologies. If you think about air traffic control, when we make improvements to technology within our air traffic control facilities around the country, we have a very disciplined technology waterfall, training, change management, both inside and outside the agency as new capabilities such as data communications are rolled out. That happens over a period of years. And because we're literally, we're not changing the tires on the car as it's going down the road, we're changing the oil on the engine as the airplane's flying. Sure. And 50,000 flights a day operating in 3 dimensions. The telecommunications companies' customers are on the ground. And so they've never had to think about how those signals impact airplanes moving in 3 dimensions.
Thank you, Administrator.
That's what we're working on now.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Graves. I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. Thanks, Administrator. Some questions. In testimony we're going to hear later from Mr. Roberson, I hope I have the name pronounced correctly. He talks about this, that the unfortunate truth is this is a real problem, but it is what can be described as an edge case problem. That is, a problem only occurs in unusual circumstances and for a very limited number of aircraft. Does the term edge case exist in aviation testing? And is there an edge, if there is an edge case, is it allowed to exist in an aviation scenario?
No, we have to, as I said earlier, we have our commercial aviation system essentially engineered so that there's less than a 1 in a billion chance of a catastrophic failure. And so anytime there's any change in that system that creates additional risk, we have to prove to ourselves that it's safe. So it's not enough to be comfortable or to have low risk activities. I think that in Chair DeFazio's written statement, he talked about the 737 MAX. I mean, that's a good example of something that some people might have thought was low risk or a fairly remote possibility. We can't accept that. The traveling public doesn't accept it, and we certainly don't accept it at the FAA. We've worked for decades to make sure that that aviation safety risk is driven down to the levels that it is today.
I would even say that on the 737 MAX case, people thought what happened was an implausible scenario. Clearly, it was not, and we can't tolerate that at all. I want to ask a little bit more about Mr. Graves' comments, and actually Chair DeFazio's comments with regards to the AMOCs. Now, for those listeners at home, an AMOC is an alternative means of compliance, AMOC. It's basically an exemption to what otherwise you couldn't do, and it allows you to do the thing that you want to do. In this case, fly an airplane, land an airplane on a runway in the presence of a 5G signal. And so the FAA has been issuing these AMOCs, these exemptions, essentially exemptions to the rule. But there's so many AMOCs that you've issued from the FAA with regards to this. The exception is becoming the rule, but I don't think that's a very good way to run a national airspace system. We have to get back to a point where the exception is actually the rule as opposed to, the exception is an exception to the rule as opposed to the rule being the exception. So, Administrator, what are you all doing to be sure that these AMOCs at some point go away and we get back to a national airspace system that can be run safely and efficiently without all these AMOCs?
Well, it's a great question, and I would divide it into two parts. And the first one is, or divide the answer into two parts. The first one is, what are we going to do to provide more predictability and certainty to all of our stakeholders around the system? And we have been working on the problem. There has been a sense of urgency around that, but we are getting up on a cadence of, we have asked the telecommunications companies for a longer line of sight on their deployments, so that we're not within a week of the next tranche of towers having to put this relief out on very short notice. And I'm confident that in the coming weeks that we will get on a more regular cadence and hopefully a reduced impact as we go forward. We're also working to refine our safety model, which will help us as we recognize areas where risk may be acceptable. We're not yet looking at can we refine power levels, and so there's several levers here that we're looking at in terms of mitigations that can provide some relief. The ultimate solution, though, and I think you'll hear some about this on the second panel later, is the setting of new performance standards and airworthiness standards. That work is underway at RTCA Special Committee 239 as I speak. And I think unfortunately, a lot of the people around industry who would be working on that effort, which is really the long-term solution, are involved in getting us through this period right now. But what we think is going to happen is, once those new standards are set, then there will be new performance standards and new designs, potentially STCs for filtering devices and other things. There's some promising discussions that we're having with some of the manufacturers about being able to improve the performance of existing equipment that's out there. And we'll continue to focus on that as an interim solution as well, while we work towards the long term.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of technical detail that we, as I've talked to you in the past, we don't need to understand everything about this as members of Congress, but we do need to understand enough of this so that we can inform the policy. And as you all move through this, we need to be sure that we move through this with you. You've also outlined the fact that just within the C-band, there's still more to happen, as a result of the C-band auction, including the 3.8 to 3.98 rollout. There are auctions in the future, certainly, and the technology of communication is changing, and the discussion about 6G is an example of that. And we don't know right today what that means for the work of the FAA as well. Is that a fair assessment?
I think that's definitely fair. And there are other executive branch agencies, DOD in particular, that have some equities in this area with future auctions that are being contemplated. So we need to address the process issue now as a country. I would be in 100% agreement with that.
Well, I'll just turn it over. I'm looking for ideas about how we can either see that it is formalized or at least an informal consultation process going forward, better than what we've had. With that, I do have next Mr. Representative Balderson from Ohio as next up for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. And Administrator Dixon, thank you for taking time to come before this committee. My first question is, the deployment of 5G is critical to Americans' competitiveness, and it's crucial that we get these networks online as quickly as possible while minimizing any disruptions to aviation services and ensuring safe air travel. My question for you is, how did the FAA make the determination that 5G would ensure harmful interference? And did the FAA perform any testing to validate the concerns in the RTCA study?
Well, thank you for the question. As I mentioned, we had indicated our concerns with this C-band spectrum back in 2015 at the radio conference that Chair Larson referred to in his remarks. We also participated in various testing, the AVSI testing, as well as the RTCA testing as well. We communicated our concerns to the FCC as all of this was happening through NTIA, and we worked in good faith through the interagency process. When I asked for the delay of the auction, along with the Department of Transportation, we asked that our concerns be forwarded on to the FCC, and unfortunately that didn't happen. So, but we've been consistent in raising our concerns, and I know that there's a way to work together through this. As was said earlier, the two industries look at risk very differently and processes very differently, and we don't regulate the telecommunications industry. So there was no way for us to access their data until we had the agreements in place with them in late December. And now in that relatively short span of time, we have been able to make a lot of progress. In the future, we need to have processes in place that allow that to take place before the actual rollout. And I think we'll be in much better shape.
All right, thank you very much. My follow-up, and what specific measures or mitigations is the FAA looking for from wireless industry to make it possible to deploy 5G networks in the C-band around airports within the terms of their FCC licenses as soon as possible?
Well, as I said, we have already refined our safety model, which creates essentially a safety zone and a performance buffer for radio altimeters around airports. And we continue to refine that. The flight testing that we are doing with them right now, we are doing that in conjunction. We have designed those flight test scenarios using FAA flight test aircraft. We have designed those flights in conjunction with the telecommunications industry engineers. As a matter of fact, their engineers are actually on board FAA aircraft. We're recording all the parameters of what the signal looks like as it impacts the airplane in various performance scenarios. And so as we get that data, that will help us to sharpen our analysis. It'll also inform the performance requirements for modifications to radio altimeters or the new performance standards for retrofit equipment if that becomes necessary.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for both those answers. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Balderson, for yielding back a minute and 10 seconds. Appreciate it. Now I recognize the gentleman from Hawaii, Mr. Representative Kahele. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Mahalo, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for putting on this really important committee. And hello to Chair Larson and Ranking Member Graves and Administrator Dickson for convening this critical hearing so that we can ensure that our subcommittee is able to conduct proper oversight into the deployment of 5G. As a commercial airline pilot with Hawaiian Airlines, I understand firsthand the importance that radio altimeters play to ensure pilots are able to fly in all weather conditions. The aviation industry has spent years warning that 5G signals could cause radio frequency interference with altimeters, and I'm disheartened that it has come to this point. There was clearly a breakdown in the interagency communications process. I think Chair DeFazio highlighted the failure of the Trump administration to put the right people in the right positions to ensure that this didn't happen. It did, and as a result, it has disrupted millions of passengers in our communities, especially our airlines. I have a question for Administrator Dickson. The first question I have is, and I can only speak for the airline that I work for, Hawaiian Airlines AMOCs expire on 28 February 2022. That's in 25 days. I don't know what the other expiration dates for all the other US airlines and the locations that they fly to when their AMOCs expire. I can only speak to Hawaii's flagship airline, which expire on 28 Feb 2022. the amount of workload that pilots have to deal with, that the airlines, that dispatchers have to deal with, they're already stressed and dealing with COVID, and now they have to deal with potential disruptions in their instrument approaches for Cat 2 and Cat 3 runways. And so my question is, what is the plan between now and the next 25 days? Are we going to extend those AMOCs again? Are we going to, get right up to the 24th, 23rd, 24th of February and potentially have another disruptive day throughout our nation's airspace system? What are we doing to plan between now and the next 25 days for not just this airline's current AMOCs, but the other U.S. domestic fleets AMOCs that potentially have expirations dates in the near future?
Congressman, thank you very much for the question, because as you point out very correctly, predictability and consistency is extremely important in our business. It's important. I'm an operator myself. I'm a pilot myself, and I know exactly what you're talking about. The last thing that you want is uncertainty on the flight deck or at the dispatch desk. The reason that the AMOCs expire is based on the next tranche that we expect from the telecommunications companies and their ability to be able to provide us with precise latitude, longitude, elevation, signal shape, all the things that I talked about earlier, so that we can apply that. We have a tool that we have developed in the last few weeks that allows us to take their data, and this is getting to be more and more of a routine occurrence. We take their data, we put it into the tool and determine where the pressure points are and whether their next deployment will comport with our safety model around airports to ensure safe performance for radio altimeters. That process has been, because the initial deployment happened on the 19th of January, and then there was another tranche right the 1st of February. There's been pretty rapid succession of AMOCs. We expect for that cadence to be longer as we go forward. We've asked for as much forward visibility as we possibly can. And this gets into the difference that I talked about a minute ago between the two industries about how new technologies are rolled out. This time of year, the telcos are experiencing delays with work crews and things like that. We're learning a lot about their business, and I promise you, we're going to smooth this process out and make it more predictable, because that is in everyone's best interest, and they've committed to work with us on that.
Thanks, Administrator. I'll use my last 20 seconds just for a yes or no answer. Can you assure our operators on the flight deck and the passengers in the back that to these critical airports that require Cat 2 or Cat 3 approaches, that these airports are safe to fly into and execute a successful instrument approach with the current AMOCs that exist today?
Absolutely. Safety is something that we will not compromise. And if we've authorized low visibility operations, you can count on the level of safety that for the performance of those systems that we've always counted on the public.
Thank you, sir. And Mahalo Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Burchett from Tennessee for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a pleasure following my ukulele playing colleague from Hawaii. I hope to visit him soon. Maybe we could organize a Codell over there, preferably beachside. That would be good.
Sorry, we didn't start the clock. Could you take 10 seconds off of Mr. Burchett's clock, please? Okay.
I'm sure that'll make YouTube. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is for FAA Administrator Dickson. Sir, the aviation industry's concerns about harmful 5G C-band interference aren't new. And I realize this was touched on earlier, but I want to get a little more specific. And as you pointed out in your testimony, you raised some of these concerns yourself in a letter to the National Telecommunications and Information Administration back in 2020, I believe. So why did the FAA wait until it's almost too late, dadgummit, until the month before the originally scheduled rollout to start taking some safety mitigation actions?
Well, thank you for the question. If you're talking about the last few weeks, again, we did not have the data that we needed because we don't regulate the telecommunications companies. We did not have the data that we needed until we were able to work with them directly. And as we discovered when we began that dialogue, the data that we were asking for from them, they actually had never provided to the government before. So that really was where we started from in late December and early January, and has brought us to where we are now.
So the information that you got, they never delivered, but was that their reason? Is that the reasoning why it got to you so late, or is that just after the fact?
That's certainly once we got to the point, we had asked for the delays because we didn't want disruptions to the aviation system. We knew that there was a risk to radio altimeters, but we didn't have the ability to put specific mitigations in place and tailor them by fleet type and by airport until we had the specific deployment data from the telecommunications companies. Otherwise, we're in a position where we have to assume that 5G C-band is blanketing the entire country. And so you're in this least common denominator situation. That's where we were in November. And we're certainly in a much better place now than we were then, but we've got a lot of work in front of us, as I've been saying.
Where are we now in relation to preparedness as in relation to November, as you stated?
Well, we have the mainline fleet types, the larger aircraft. We still have some lower performing regional jets and other parts of the aviation community that are impacted. I'm concerned about that. Helicopters are another area that we're going to have to pay close attention to. So we're working on alternate means of compliance for those types of operations, for first responders and air ambulance type operations as well. So a lot of the conversation has been about the air carriers, but the entire aviation community, we need to make sure that their concerns are addressed as well. Fortunately, for those other types of operations, there is not the kind of reliance on radio altimeters that you see in commercial aviation, but it is an important safety tool that we want them to have.
Do y'all have some date, arbitrary or otherwise, of compliance?
We'll have to, the performance standards for C-band resistant radio altimeters are in development now. And that work has been going on for some months now. And it will be some period of time. These standard setting processes take time. I think the encouraging news to me is that this flight test activity that we are undertaking that's helping us get through the period that we're currently in will also be very beneficial in setting those new standards, because we will have real world data that we can use to go back to the avionics manufacturers and help inform those new designs. But there will probably be some airplanes that will have to retrofit new equipment. At a minimum, I think we will see significant retrofit of filtering devices to make sure that the existing avionics are C-band resistant.
Thank you. I can hear my father saying, as we're going down the beach in Myrtle, going down the road in our old station wagon in the 70s, when we were fussing in the back seat, my brother and sister and I, generally it was all their fault, not mine. I was generally the role of the peacekeeper, but I could hear my dad saying, "Don't make me come back there." So I would hope at some point y'all would fix this up and don't make us come back here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Burchett. Chair recognizes Representative Johnson of Georgia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this very important hearing. Aviation in the United States is the safest in the world, and I'm sure my colleagues would agree that our intention is to make sure that it remains that way. So the issue that we're facing right now is that the 5G services launched on January 19th use frequencies in a radio spectrum known as the C-band, which can interfere with the safety equipment in aircraft, specifically radio altimeters. Although the FAA raised concerns that the 5G networks may interfere with some aircraft, the Federal Communications Commission authorized the rollout of these networks. Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport is one of the busiest, and most efficient airports in the world. And while Hartsfield itself is not directly impacted by the 5G rollout, many of the airports that fly to and from Hartsfield-Jackson are. The inability of the FAA, FCC, and the aviation and telecom industries to reach consensus on aviation safety regarding 5G is very concerning. Numerous stakeholders have been discussing and weighing the challenges to the rollout of 5G technology since at least 2015. That includes the FAA, the FCC, National Telecommunications and Information Administration, the aviation industry, and telecom companies. And despite 7 years of deliberation, government agencies were unable to reach a consensus on whether 5G interference was safe for the aviation industry in time for the 5G rollout last month. Mr. Dickson, what has prevented the FAA from coordinating more effectively with the FCC to address industry interference concerns?
Well, thank you, Congressman, and greetings to you in Georgia. I'm very familiar from my heritage at Delta Airlines with the operations at Hartsfield-Jackson, and understand and appreciate your concerns. We recognize that the existing process for spectrum allocation did not serve anyone well. And, it's in everyone's best interest, including aviation and the FAA, to examine the coordination process across the executive branch, because we're going to be at this. There's no free spectrum anymore. So we're going to be at this not only with 5G C-band, but with other spectrum auctions in the future. So we need to make sure that we surface and then resolve. That's the key, I think, that you're talking about, is have a resolution process for these issues. My job is to make sure that the safety of the traveling public and the safety of the aviation system is not compromised. That's a very high bar. And so I'm not going to back off from that. And I would expect the FAA to do that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your diligence, and good to see you today. Is it your opinion, sir, that the 5G sale and rollout timeline as executed by the FCC under the previous administration overlooked safety concerns?
Again, I would just say that the process didn't serve anyone well. I'm not pointing fingers at anyone or another agency. We have to work together, and we have to recognize, as we said a few minutes ago, that these are two very different industries, but the airspace infrastructure has to be maintained, but it has to be able to coexist with 5G. We certainly all want that in our communities as we go forward. So we've got to make sure that we're working hand in glove with each other to enable these new technologies to roll out, but to do it in a safe and predictable manner.
Well, let me ask you this then, Mr. Dickson. What steps can be taken now to ensure that as 5G technology is rolled out, the lack of interagency communication does not create additional problems down the road?
Well, there's I think Ranking Member Graves talked about leadership. It's going to take leadership. Secretary Buttigieg has been providing a lot of that leadership. We also have an interagency group, including the Department of Transportation and the FAA, the Department of Commerce, the FCC, the Department of Defense, meeting now on spectrum issues and the coordination process. And I expect that to certainly leverage the lessons that we've learned throughout this journey that we're all on.
Gentleman,
Thank you. Are you back?
Thank you. The chair recognizes Representative Jimenez of Florida for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of questions concerning the safety aspect of this. Would you say that the telephones that are used by the passengers inside the airplane? I know we've for years been told we got to go on airplane mode. Are the dangers now heightened because of this 5G? As more and more passengers have 5G phones, and if they fail to heed the instructions of the flight crew, is that pose a danger to the airplane? To the aircraft could pose a danger to the aircraft?
Well, you're highlighting an issue that is actually part of the testing that we're doing, because what we have to do is the towers are generally smart towers. So if you look at 5G, as more demand is placed on the tower, the power will increase. And so if you have demand on the telecommunication system that's coming from the airplane, could that focus power on the aircraft as it's flying, in low visibility conditions? These are the kinds of things that you can only determine through the kind of flight testing that we're doing now, and with the telecommunications and aviation industry sharing information with each other. So I think it's an open question, but it is certainly one of the things that we're looking at.
Have you put some kind of instructions to flight crews now to make sure that this happens? Because I know that on the flights, I fly all the time between Miami, my hometown, and here. I know that people keep their phones on. They don't put it on airplane mode. Have you instructed the airlines to be more vigilant and more, and make sure that these phones are actually on airplane mode in light of the fact that we don't know what these things will do?
Well, it's a great question, and we have communicated that to the air carriers through the safety awareness bulletins that we put out. We will continue to do that, and we're continuing to have dialogue on how we make sure that that's not happening on aircraft. But it is a difficult issue. It's not like you've got flight attendants or pilots, who are looking over everyone's shoulder on the airplane. So it is a risk that we have to be very cognizant of.
Hey, one thing you can do is actually tell the people why it's important to put it on airplane mode. People just say put it on airplane mode. We don't know why we have to put it on airplane mode, and now maybe it's a good reason to tell them, hey, you may want to put it on airplane. We need to put it on airplane mode because we don't know what these things do to the altimeter. That would probably make me put it on airplane mode. Okay, so if you could do that and inform the passengers, maybe more of them will comply. Because right now, I bet you most people don't have the faintest idea why we go on airplane mode. Okay.
Well, we'll look at that.
Okay. One other thing. When exactly did you know that this was an issue? Not when you wrote the letter, but when did you know that this could have been an issue?
Well, I think the aviation community knew back in 2015. That's where the concerns were initially focused. But we started to, at the working level, my spectrum engineers and all that really were communicating directly with their counterparts at the FCC and elsewhere back as early as 2019 and probably even 2018.
And nothing was done about it?
Well, again, we kept raising the concerns, and then after tried to get the auction delayed until we could work through the appropriate safety mitigations, and then we asked for the underlying data. And again, it just shows the difference between how telecommunications looks at spectrum versus how it interacts with critical safety systems on aircraft.
Well, I guess we got caught up in the race to 5G. We wanted to be the first to 5G. This nation did. I guess that's why we wanted to sell the spectrum. But it seems to me that in the 6 years in between, we could have figured out these solutions way before we had the implementation. But that's Monday morning quarterback. Thank you very much, and I'll yield my time back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes Representative Allred of Texas for 5 minutes. Just a moment. All right, we'll go to Representative Lamb of Pennsylvania for 5 minutes. Going once, going twice. All right. Representative Johnson of Texas, you're recognized for 5 minutes. And Representative Johnson from Texas, I see on the screen, you're recognized for 5 minutes. Just a moment, Administrator. All right, we'll come back. Representative Lynch. I've got a list of names here. I'm assuming just be patient here. It's Payne. Okay, we're going to Representative Payne of New Jersey. Rumor is that you are on the screen. There he is. There we go. Representative Payne, recognized for 5 minutes. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Representative Johnson, are you ready?
You want to speak?
I'm sorry, did you call me?
I did call you, Representative Johnson, yes.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, we're going to go with Representative Johnson of Texas for 5 minutes. You're recognized.
Thank you very much. Let me thank you and the witnesses. I'd like to ask Administrator Dixon, why did the data exchange between Verizon and AT&T and the FAA and the rest of the aviation community only began at the end of December 2021, knowing that this was on the horizon?
Well, thank you, Representative Johnson. The real issue is that we don't regulate the telecommunications companies, so we don't have a direct relationship with them. And so we had to basically put in place non-disclosure agreements. In the aviation community, we regulate the manufacturers and the operators, and part of the safety that we enjoy in the US with aviation is that they are required to share their data with us, and even though it's proprietary. So this was a new process for them. And once we put that protocol in place, the data started to flow, but it was some time. It was a few days before it was really usable because it was in different formats, and it wasn't really, there was a lot of, there wasn't an understanding of the kind of data that we needed because they had never had to produce it for the government before. Again, because we're talking about how the signal impacts aircraft that are flying through the air.
Okay. Now, Mr. Kelly, I can hear what you're saying.
Only FAA. Only FAA.
I'm wondering, do you believe that FAA and the Department of Transportation should have a more formal role in assessing the risk of spectrum or to the transportation safety?
Again, this process didn't serve anyone well, including certainly the aviation sector, and it also didn't serve the telecommunications industry well. So I do believe that it is, again, in everyone's interest to examine this process, the federal spectrum process, how it's coordinated across agencies, the FAA among the agencies, but not the only player, and make sure that we surface and then have a process to resolve concerns and issues up front. That'll put us in a much better place.
How close are you getting the altimeter certification for private jets? Are you near, or is it on the horizon? Or?
Well, the permanent solution is going to be some months away, if not, a year or two, because again, we have to set new airworthiness standards. There is an industry group that's working on that. we will take that information in. It will also be harmonized with Europe and other authorities around the world, because civil aviation authorities around the world are very interested in what we're doing to regulate our aviation manufacturers in the U.S. So once those new standards are set, then the aviation manufacturers will come to us with their designs, and we'll certify them for use on commercial aircraft going forward.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Johnson. Chair now recognizes Representative Mast of Florida for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Sir, I want to talk a little bit about 5G, FAA, National Telecommunications and Information Administration, and a connection relationship between all of them, how they're working together in order to make sure that we have safe transportation. And we could look at this on a number of different fronts. Did the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, which oversees public radio waves, did they offer to test civilian aircraft equipment last year?
Not that I'm aware of.
There was a Wall Street Journal article that said that took place. So the reporting on that is wrong.
There's no NTIA testing that I'm aware of the kind that we would need to do to demonstrate the safe performance of radio altimeters or critical safety systems on aircraft.
My understanding is that there was not any testing, but my understanding is also that there was an offer by the NTIA to do testing and that the FAA did not allow the NTIA to move forward. Is that the case of what happened?
I'll have to look into that specific. I'm not aware of exactly what you're referring to. Again, it would depend on how the testing is set up and whether it has a sufficient level of rigor for aviation safety certification.
So you're saying there would be a barrier for the FAA to say, we're just not going to allow this testing to take place?
If it's FAA testing and there would be other participation, I think that would be something that we'd be very interested in.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we'll make sure that we get you the article so that we can get response from you on what exactly took place with that situation. I appreciate the testimony today. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield my time back.
Thank you, Representative Mast. All right. Now we have Representative Allred from Texas.
Yeah, I'm here, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Okay.
Recognize for 5 minutes.
Okay. Sorry about that, Mr. Chairman. Technical difficulties. And I want to thank Administrator Dixon for being here with us. And nice to see you again, sir, as a member representing Dallas and a region that has one of the busiest airports and really airspaces in the country. This has been a very important discussion. And I just have one question for you, sir. It's about if the aviation industry is able to design and manufacture new radio altimeters, how long would it take for FAA, as an estimate, to certify those?
Well, again, the new standards for C-band resistant radio altimeters are yet to be set. And so we will participate in that activity. It's a special committee that's been set up under the auspices of RTCA Special Committee 239. And our technical experts are participating in that activity, as are stakeholders from around the aviation community. Once those standards are set, we will use them to develop new certification standards that will determine which radio altimeters perform well and which ones need to be upgraded. And that's what the manufacturers will bring back to us, those new designs. We are seeing some promising activity among the manufacturers for devices that may be added to the existing fleet out there, but those would be not in terms of new certifications, but they would certainly improve the performance of what's out there in the fleet and provide additional operational flexibility to those airlines or other operators that may have low performing equipment right now.
Where are y'all in reviewing those additional items?
We're talking with the manufacturers on a regular basis. I know that we had actually one of the radio altimeter manufacturers in, I believe, yesterday, talking about product improvements that they were planning to make. So those discussions are ongoing on a pretty frequent basis.
But that wouldn't need an entirely new review process, or is that right or no?
Not if it's an improvement to an existing design or a filter, for example. Remember that radio altimeters actually, the same radio altimeter on different airplanes can perform differently,
right?
Depending on how it's installed in the aircraft, how long the wiring is, things like that. So we have to look at the actual radio altimeter and the airplane combination together.
Okay. Well, obviously, whatever we do, I want us to do it as safely as possible. But given places like Dallas where we have these big airports and we want to also move forward with this technology, I hope that we can find something together. If there's anything that we can do as a committee to support you in that, I hope you'll let us know.
Thank you.
Yeah. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Thank you very much. Representative Allred, Chair recognizes Representative Massey of Kentucky for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Larson. The FCC has an obligation to ensure over time that the radio spectrum is used for its highest and best use. In fact, it was Obama in 2010 who said, free up some space for these telecommunications devices. And I was shocked when I dug into this to find out how much of the spectrum the aviation industry uses. And I'm wondering, by 1982 standards, it might have been the highest and best use of that spectrum. But now that we've got better radio frequency modulators and an ability to use this space, by the way, no more frequencies getting manufactured. We've got all that God has given us. It's like land on the planet. So we have to be really careful with this space and use it the best way. What I was shocked to find out is that the radio altimeter, which is basically a 1980s version of Mark Twain putting a rope in the water and measuring how far down things are, uses 200 megahertz of spectrum. And it's got a 200 megahertz guard band if you're not concerned about the low power satellite spectrum, and you're actually concerned about the 5G spectrum. It's like you're sitting in an airplane seat and there's an empty seat next to you and you're complaining about the seat on the other side of the aisle is kind of the analogy here, which in 1982, I understand, which is the last time these standards came out, it all worked out. But here's how valuable this spectrum is. It was auctioned off, 280 megahertz of it was auctioned off a year ago and brought $81 billion. So to use the radio altimeters, we're using 200 megahertz, which is about $300 million a megahertz. That's its commercial value. We're using about $60 billion of spectrum to figure out how far from the ground the airplane is when it gets within a couple thousand feet of the ground. It makes me wonder if we're kind of being sloppy with the spectrum usage in other aviation fields. I know that FAA administrator, I think you were involved in helping develop the ATC digital communication between the plane and the tower. You have some familiarity with that?
Yes.
And it's my understanding that all of the VHF nav for aviation fits in 10 megahertz from the 108 to 118 slot. And then we've got the audio communications that fit in 20 megahertz above that. And you all were able to use just 1 megahertz to get all of the communication, the digital communications between the ATC and the planes.
Yes, sir. So do you want me to respond? Or?
Well, if I'm wrong, just correct me, but let me go on a little bit forward. If we were going to design radio altimeters now, how much spectrum do you think we would need? Would we need the whole 200 megahertz? Could we do it, which is $60 billion worth of spectrum? Could we do it with 10 megahertz? Which would be $3 billion, or could we do it with 1 megahertz?
I can't, I'm not a spectrum expert myself, but if you're asking me whether we can use spectrum more efficiently, I think the answer is yes. But we have to have a strategy for being able to do that. And remember, when commercial aircraft are certified and put into service, they will operate safely, and we engineer them to carry the public for a period of 30 to 40 years. And so, if we are going to put that kind of retrofit mandate and standards development into avionics, that needs to be part of our national strategy. And maybe that's something that can come out of this spectrum process. But my point here is, we need to have the data of what we're designing around so we can set the standards for the avionics manufacturers and the airframe manufacturers to be able to produce those new units. And will they use spectrum more efficiently? I would say that they will.
That was the whole point of my questioning, and you completely understand it. Is I want to make sure that we don't just solve this problem, but we solve the problem going forward, because we're not inventing any more spectrum. We can't create it. And we want to make sure that the aviation industry is a good steward. And I understand the changes happen faster with telecommunications than they could possibly be certified in aircraft. But I appreciate you being willing to get in front of it and look for ways to sort of be a better steward of the spectrum. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director.
The chair recognizes Representative Payne of New Jersey for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought I was going to keep getting bumped back. It's like the bunny hop, 2 steps forward, 1, 2, 3 back.
Apologize for the confusion, Representative.
No problem, no problem. I'm a team player and I'm with you, sir. Mr. Administrator, 5G deployment has the potential to provide high quality cellular service to millions of Americans. However, we must ensure that the deployment is obviously in a safe manner and that does not impact aviation operations, which you have articulated today. So we're on the same page there. Having multiple airports located in or near densely populated areas, such as my congressional district in Newark, adds another layer of complexity to keeping Americans safe when they travel on airplanes. How is the FAA taking this into account regarding the future actions on 5G deployment?
Well, I would say, again, we are working in good faith, and the telecommunications companies are working with us as well, Verizon and AT&T currently. And that's creating opportunities for us to deploy additional 5G C-band, but make sure that aviation safety is protected, not only in terms of the technical performance of the aircraft and the radio altimeters, but also in terms of greater predictability for the flying public and for everyone that's using the national airspace system. That's always going to be our top priority, is ensuring the safety of our national airspace and the ability of Americans to be able to travel domestically and abroad safely.
Thank you for that. Now on to the future. There are areas in which the federal government could have done better, quite a few, in anticipating issues with 5G deployment and taking proactive steps to avoid problems so close to the rollout of services, which has been a common theme today. I don't know when, but eventually there will be a successor to 5G. Is my sincere hope, as the history does not repeat itself with these problems. What lessons has the FAA learned so far in the problems encountered with 5G deployment, and how will it inform future actions with next-gen networks?
It's a great question, and I think that I've talked about the federal spectrum process and that there are interagency discussions right now about on spectrum issues. But I think more broadly, different industries that are intersecting each other. For example, a lot of our aviation infrastructure these days that used to be on the ground is actually on the aircraft. We don't use radar, for example, as a primary means of surveillance anymore. Radar is still very important, but we have data link, the ADS-B system on the aircraft, transmitting very precise positions to our controllers. GPS, certainly, on commercial aircraft. And we're talking here about radio altimeters. So that as we go on, it's not just C-band, it's also other spectrum activities. We just need to make sure that we're very coordinated as a federal government, but also that industries are able to share data and information with each other. And that certainly the proprietary nature of their corporate information is protected, but that they're able to have dialogue and interchange so that we don't have one set of engineers saying one thing and another set of engineers saying something else.
Thank you for that. And I feel that in the future, we need to maybe look at the agency that has jurisdiction over a certain area. You can go to and request help in getting information that you need if it's lagging. So I think that would be a really, really useful thing to have. Part of your problem was that you didn't have any jurisdiction over them. So whatever is the entity that does, you should be able to go and request that they work with you on these matters. So that's something that, maybe I'll take a look at. But thank you for your time. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Payne. Next up will be Representative Katko. We recognize for 5 minutes, after which will be Representative Carson. Katko and then Carson. Representative Katko, you recognize for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member Graves, for having this hearing today. This discussion is essential to providing clarity to millions of Americans who are understandably confused about the rollout of 5G and its impact on aviation. We'll be hearing from a panel of industry stakeholders later today, but I want to focus on the federal response to the 5G and more specifically, coordination, or actually more specifically, the lack of coordination between the FCC and the FAA leading up to this deployment. In my district in Central New York, this issue gained very significant attention during the week of January 17th, when we found out that Syracuse Hancock International Airport had temporarily lost clearance from the FAA for certain low visibility landings. Now, I'm going to tell you something that is earth-shattering. It's often a lot of clouds in Syracuse, especially in this time of year. Like today, for example, we're getting 1.5 feet of snow. So it's not uncommon to have this issue. And we didn't know about any of this until January 17th when they were informed. Now, although some of these issues have been resolved right now, questions still remain, and it's understandable that this initial disruption raised significant concerns for the airport and for passengers. In our region, Hancock International Airport plays a very key role in facilitating travel and acting as an access point for a very large area for commerce. The same is true for hundreds of other airports across the country and for the communities they serve. Even temporarily jeopardizing the availability of services at these locations can cause major disruptions and diminish public trust in air travel at a time when the industry is already struggling mightily to recover from the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. And given that the federal agencies involved had years to prepare for this rollout, it just seems like this is an absolutely unacceptable way to handle it. I agree with Chairman DeFazio's comments earlier that no one wants to see planes falling out of the sky, obviously, and we got to make sure we're safe. But how the hell did we get to the point where there's so much brinkmanship going on with this, and when we have 5 years in the making? And it wasn't until December of 2021 that the FAA and FCC even entered into an information sharing agreement. So I've got to ask you, Mr. Dixon, how did it come to this where the airports were at just basically the last minute getting these directives coming out when you knew this was bubbling up for quite a long time?
Well, thank you, Congressman. I'm very familiar with having spent a few years in my youth in upstate New York beautiful part of the country, and I'm very familiar with the weather up there, having flown into many times. So as a former pilot myself and with an operational background, I understand that our stakeholders and the airport's community feels frustrated. I don't blame anyone for being frustrated by these.
So yes, I understand that there is frustration, but how did it come to this? And how are you going to make sure this doesn't happen again? Because we're talking about an awful lot of commerce here. We're talking a lot about, it's obviously safety issues, but it kind of makes me worried about safety issues when you get directives at the last second, which tends to indicate that you really didn't have a plan, number one, or you didn't understand the gravity of the situation ahead of time. So how did it come to it briefly? And how are we going to fix it, make sure it doesn't happen again?
Well, until we had the direct dialogue with the telecommunications companies and their commitment to modify their initial deployment, we weren't in a position to authorize the kinds of poor weather operations. So we had to communicate several weeks prior that this was an issue. When we provided the relief, we're actually providing that relief to the manufacturers, not to the airlines or the airports. And so part of what we're working through now, and I think we're in a much better place, as we get earlier deployment data from the telecommunications companies, that will allow us to have better line of sight on issues.
I understand that, but sir, it goes back again. 5 years. You knew this possibility was coming for 5 years, and we're at the last second. So, how can we help you if you need help from us? Is there something we need to do? Or is there something that you need to do to make sure you don't get caught like this again in the future? Because quite frankly, it gives people the feeling that the bureaucratic malaise in Washington is alive and well. You had two agencies that weren't talking to each other until the last minute, number one. And then number two, you not knowing what's going on until right at the end. And then you have to issue these things which cause disruptions in the system when you've been working on this issue for 5 years.
Well, so talking about not the actual initial rollout, but again, the broader issue of spectrum policy and strategy as a country, absolutely, that needs to be addressed. And, so again, we are involved in the interagency conversation with the Department of Transportation, Department of Defense, Department of Commerce.
Gentleman's time's expired.
And others to make sure that this.
Thank you. Representative Carson, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Administrator Dixon, while I respect the need for an independent FCC, that does not mean that the FCC does what it pleases without real collaboration with other agencies and robust oversight. I think it's a shame, sir, that the FCC declined our invitation to testify today, quite frankly. NTIA is supposed to act as an intermediary between these agencies and the FCC. One can only look at where we are today and really conclude that the process has failed. Do you agree with me on the process being broken, sir? What are your thoughts?
Well, as I said before, the process did not serve anyone well. It did not serve the aviation community well, certainly the FAA, and it also did not serve the telecommunications industry well. And we certainly need to do better as a country.
Yes, sir. Do you see the process which led us to this hearing today being workable without Congress stepping in to clarify the intent of the process? How do we keep this kind of problem from happening again?
Well, I think that we need to stay focused on it. I believe that this is something where we can have, Chair Larson talked about informal dialogue. If we could put mechanisms in place so that affected agencies are not interested parties in these proceedings, but actually their equities are recognized in the process, and that there's a mechanism for early data sharing, because that's really what it comes down to, is the data that we need to be able to make the decisions within, in this case, to preserve and protect aviation safety. That's what really needs to happen throughout the spectrum process. And I believe that the conversations that we're having within the executive branch certainly have that goal in mind.
Thank you, sir. I yield back, Chair.
Chair recognizes Representative Brownlee of California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Administrator, for being here. And in answering some of the other members' questions, you talked about leadership being necessary, so that this doesn't happen again, to bring agencies together and working together. You mentioned that Secretary Buttigieg has been demonstrating some of that leadership currently. So I just, I guess I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but so what was the White House doing to help you and assist you during this time frame?
Well, I am grateful for the support from the National Economic Council, its engagement in this matter to facilitate the dialogue that we needed to have between two very different industries. Again, as I've stated several times, the FAA had communicated our safety concerns over a period of several years. And ultimately, the decision was made to proceed with the spectrum auction consistent with the FCC's determination. And then we had to act upon that reality. I wish there would have been a way to avoid that. I think that with this subcommittee's support, and certainly what we're doing now as part of this interagency process, we will see an improved process in the future. And again, I think that this is an area that we just need to stay focused on to make sure that we can have a better outcome, because this is not the last spectrum issue that we're going to be facing as a country. As someone said earlier, there's only a finite amount, and we've got to figure out how to enable future spectrum for beneficial public use.
So I thank you for that, Mr. Administrator. So I have two general aviation airports in my district. I have a naval base, and I have the 146th Airlift Wing of the California National Guard. So, my question is, how is all of this impacting general aviation, and how are we working with DoD in terms of military National Guard?
Well, we're working with very closely with DoD as we do on a whole host of issues, because obviously they share the civil airspace for their training and other activities that the FAA is responsible for, and certainly we have commercial flights occasionally flying into military bases, so we've got to pay attention to the issues there as well. In terms of general aviation, we have raised awareness in that community. The vast majority of those operators are not certified to do what we call Category 2 and Category 3 low visibility approaches at less than a half-mile visibility. So they're not seeing the same kinds of impacts as the commercial air carriers, but there are other systems on the airplane that we've raised their awareness of, but they aren't in critical phases of flight. So we are soliciting. We're working with our General Aviation Joint Safety Steering Committee to make sure that we're getting information both from individual operators and the associations that represent them, so that we can all add that into the mix as we develop new standards for this equipment on airplanes going forward.
So would you characterize general aviation airports as being out of the woods in terms of any danger?
I would say, the biggest impacts are on airports, the couple hundred airports that we have that have low visibility approaches. In a 5G environment where you don't have that kind of capability, it's very expensive. You're usually not going to see a general aviation airport with that kind of capability. It's a very expensive infrastructure to put in place because you've got a certified flight crew, certified airplane, and a certified runway with approach lights and all these, a lot of very expensive infrastructure. That's usually not going to be what you've got at a GA airport. So the impacts are not as great, but that community is something that we're paying very close attention to make sure that they can continue to operate the way that they have previously.
Well, I hope that will continue to be the case. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Congresswoman Holmes Norton for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can everybody hear me?
We can hear you just fine.
My question is to Administrator Dickson. 5G operates on the C-band, and that's a mid-band wireless spectrum from 3.7 to 3.98 GHz. And that's adjacent to a 4.2 to 4.4 GHz band used by certain aviation safety equipment, including radio altimeters. In 2021, there was a safety alert to operators where the FAA warned, and here I'm quoting, although the receiver on the radio altimeter is typically accurate, it may deliver erroneous results in the presence of out-of-band radio frequency emissions from other frequency bands. So my question, Administrator Dickson, is if the deployment of 5G wireless services in the C-band poses potential unsafe interference with aviation safety equipment, are there alternative frequencies that telecommunications companies can use for their 5G rollout, and what is the nearest frequency in which 5G can operate that would not pose a risk of interference to radio altimeters?
Well, thank you, Congresswoman Norton. It's good to see you this morning. In answer to your question, there are other 5G frequency bands, but the C-band is particularly attractive. It has certain characteristics that make it, in terms of coverage and power levels, that make it very beneficial for 5G. And I think we certainly recognize that. In terms of the safety information that we have put out, we had a responsibility to notify the aviation community of the potential for interference based on the studies that had been done, and then the work that we're doing now in terms of testing, and also the avionics manufacturer doing in terms of testing, is continuing to demonstrate the performance of the radio altimeters, and we'll continue to work as we move forward.
Thank you. This next question is for Mr. Viola. Mr. Viola, and I'm interested in this because
Sorry, Congresswoman.
Yes.
He's on the second panel, and if you want to put it in the record.
He's on the second panel. Okay.
Yeah. That's fine.
All right. Thank you. Finally, let me ask if it is impossible or impracticable for 5G to operate on a different frequency. How costly would it be to upgrade the radio altimeters on regional jets and helicopters that are most susceptible to interference? How much time would be needed to approve this new equipment?
Well, again, what we are doing is we're addressing the rollout that we have in front of us, making sure that we take appropriate steps to ensure that aviation safety is maintained. But in parallel, the new standards for radio altimeters are in the process of being developed. And once they are developed, it could be that some existing radio altimeters that are out there have satisfactory performance with the new standards. We don't know exactly where that cut point is yet. But then for those that do need to be replaced that don't meet the new standard, the manufacturers will produce new designs that the FAA will certify, and then those can be installed on those fleet types. I don't have the specific numbers on what that potential expense is, but I would imagine there's probably somebody on the second panel that can speak to that point.
Nor how much time it would take to approve the new equipment?
Again, once the standards are set, which is probably, in my estimation, it's going to be probably about this time next year, is an optimistic scenario. But then I know that there is work going on at the manufacturers right now in anticipation of new standards being set, and we'll have to see what that looks like once we get those new airworthiness standards in place.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Congressman Holmes-Norton. Next up is Representative Stauber of Minnesota.
Thank you very much, Chair Larson. And thank you all for being here today. As we look at 5G deployment and in general, other advancements in technology, we obviously need to ensure that we are using fact-based analysis. This will best facilitate an economic environment that allows the economy to grow and technology to advance while also ensuring customer safety. When it comes to 5G, we have all heard both sides of this argument, and to be fair, it is a little difficult to decipher at times. I agree that passenger safety must be the most paramount priority, and any interference with navigation or operational instruments demands a solution. I also understand that advances in technology like 5G can be important tools for the future. Can be important tools for the future. And it's important that the government foster innovation, not stifle it. Mr. Dickinson, in your opinion, what is the perfect solution to this issue? Is it more buffer zones? Is it reorienting the towers? Is it an instrument fix to the altimeters? What do you think can be negotiated that is fair to both parties, and how soon do you think that can be achieved?
Well, it's a great question. And again, we've got the short-term solution. I think the key to all of this is early and very transparent data exchange. And that process only began in earnest between the aviation sector and the telecommunications companies back in late December. And we made tremendous progress in a very short period of time. I wish there had been a mechanism for that kind of exchange to happen earlier. And I think that we would be in a different place, but we can't rewrite that history. So moving forward, I think we want to enable technology and innovation, as you state, but we've got to make sure that there is a mechanism for affected stakeholders' interest to be accounted for. And that does happen on occasion, but it did not happen in this particular case, and we need to make sure that it does.
And how soon do you think it can be achieved? Can you give the committee a timeline? What's your thought?
Again, the mitigations that we have in place in terms of 5G deployment patterns and the presence around airports, what our safety model looks like, the flight testing that we're doing right now, all of that is going to continue to refine what the problem set is that we're looking. It's going to continue, I believe, to shrink the problem over the next few months. But the ultimate solution is using the data that we have now and the performance characteristics of the existing radio altimeters out there in the fleet to develop these new airworthiness standards. And that is probably not going to happen within the next year or so. I mean, an optimistic scenario is probably early 2023. And then the manufacturers will have the information that they need to be able to manufacture new units for those lower performing parts of the fleet that are operating currently. But in the meantime, working together and the mitigations that we have in place will be very beneficial in making sure that we can continue air commerce and have it done in a safe way for the public, but also enable additional 5G C-band deployment to happen simultaneously. I'm sorry, you're on mute.
Representative Stauber, you're on mute.
There
you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what is your agency's the very near term plan to ensure this is resolved and working together? I mean, do you have a working plan to get together so we're not doing this at the last minute or rushing the information or rushing the process?
Yeah, that's a great question. And the Secretary Buttigieg and I are meeting with the telecommunications companies on a regular basis to ensure that we are staying, that we're continuing to focus on moving forward together. And our technical teams are meeting daily, if not multiple times a day. As I mentioned earlier, that we have set up flight test scenarios at some airports around the country, and we will continue to do that. And that will give us the fidelity that we need in terms of what does this signal look like when it's actually arriving at the aircraft. That's research that had never been done before. And that will be very beneficial in both the near-term mitigations that we need to continue to take and also in developing the long-term solution.
Well, thank you very much. Mr. Chair, how much time do I have left?
Sorry, you're out of time, Mr. Stauber.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I turn it back to you. Thank you.
Right.
I yield back.
I have 2 words for you, Mr. Stauber. Stay warm.
Thank you.
It's -6 in Duluth, Minnesota right now, folks. So I'd like to recognize Representative Titus of Nevada for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Administrator, for being here. I'd like to go back to the question that Ms. Brownlee posed, and just to put a point on it, general aviation is so important to the Las Vegas economy. We fly a lot of tourists in commercially, but those corporate jets and those executive jets that fly into Henderson and North Las Vegas bring people to the Raiders games, to prize fights, to conventions. So I'm glad that you are working on that to be sure that they are accommodated with this new technology as well.
Absolutely. No, it's very important. And again, the initial focus was on international commercial wide-body aircraft. We didn't want Americans to be stranded overseas and not be able to get back and get back home. And we've continued to work through all of the approvals. And as the manufacturers bring us forward their proposals for how their systems will perform, we will process them as quickly as we possibly can. I'm really proud of how quickly the agency has been able to respond in a time that's been very important to the country.
Well, I appreciate that, because so often we're reacting as opposed to being ahead of the game, and then we get behind Europe, we get behind Australia, and we try to catch up. And that is especially true of the FAA before you were there. I'm not putting this on you, but they were so hidebound we couldn't get them to do anything to keep up with the technology. And with this this new G5 that we're trying to deal with, I would ask you too about the advanced air mobility. This new technology is coming. I was pleased to introduce a bill with the chairman and the ranking member. And I wonder, are we trying to get ahead of the game with that, or is that going to be also reactive? And the same question I might ask about drones. We've all heard a lot about drones and the development of the drones and in the airspace and all. Are we thinking about anything, any
Absolutely.
plans to deal with that?
Well, and I'll taking drones first, we have made a lot of progress, but we've got a ways to go. An example of the rigor of the approval process that we go through is when we did the rulemaking on remote identification. We engaged all of our federal partners in that, and had to actually change our approach a little bit based on the work that we had done with them. But ultimately, we want to get drones. We just completed an aviation rulemaking committee beyond visual line of sight operations, rather doing it at scale rather than with individual exemptions. And I'm excited to see that proceed on into the future. That rulemaking is on our definitely on our very short to-do list. With advanced air mobility, we're working with several manufacturers. I've actually spent some time with several of them. Was at an industry roundtable about 3 months ago, talking about the near-term opportunities. I think the good news there is that our existing regulatory structure that we have around a lot of helicopter operations and other types of mobility, air mobility type operations will serve us well in the early going. We have the first machines that we expect to be certified probably around 2024. So, and that, in the aviation business, that's right in front of us. So we're looking forward to seeing that technology roll out. I think it'll be very beneficial to society and a great for our communities as well.
Well, thank you. It's a difficult job you have balancing this 5G so we can be competitive, especially now we're talking about competitiveness with China. We need to do that. And yet the FAA's main priority has always been safety, which we want to be sure that the American public feels like they can travel by air safely.
Absolutely. We need to do both.
Well, thank you very much. I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Titus yields back, and now recognize Representative Van Drew of New Jersey for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member, for holding this hearing on this critical issue. This committee has no higher responsibility than ensuring the safety of the flying public. The issue of 5G interference with aircraft radio altimeters is very serious. It is unfortunate that we are in this situation, and it was certainly preventable. We can and must act to address the immediate problem and to ensure that it never happens again. Administrator Dixon, you and the FAA are working diligently. You're working hard to move this issue forward. It is clearly the FAA's top priority right now to ensure that the 5G rollout occurs in the safest and least disruptive way possible. I commend your focus, and I know that you'll keep it up. I'm concerned that this will not be the last time that the FAA runs into spectrum management issues. Spectrum conflicts are only going to become more common as the airspace fills with new entrants. With the growth of the UAS industry, the United States airspace could have millions of drones flying around the country with hundreds of different operators. These companies will need spectrum to manage these drones without question. Much of the FAA's spectrum capability comes from the Spectrum Engineering Office. So, Mr. Administrator, I have several questions to ask. What role has the FAA's Spectrum Engineering Office played in the process of detecting and solving the 5G interference issue before us? And now and into the future, do we need more resources? These are changing times and changing technologies. We need the resources to deal with this. How will the expansion of the UAS industry complicate the spectrum environment? Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Van Drew. And I know that you have particular focus on this. We've talked about the capabilities of the tech center and our very highly capable team there. As I said, this process did not serve anyone well, and we need to do better, and we will. In terms of resources, I think that if we can improve the process, we are well resourced for what we have in front of us. My spectrum engineers, the last 3 months, I've been talking to them on almost a daily basis. They're a very capable group, but this is not an issue that's going away. And as a matter of fact, in order to be able to continue to enable the kind of innovations that you're talking about, it is something that we're focused on in our workforce plan. We really need to make sure that we're bringing the kinds of 21st century expertise and experience into the agency that will need to move these forward. So look forward to continuing to work with you on those very important issues.
Good, I appreciate it. I look forward to it as well. Nothing could be more important right now, and I yield back, Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Van Drew. The chair recognizes Representative Stanton for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Can you see me okay?
Yes, just fine, and hear you fine.
All right. Our nation needs 5G and the capabilities it brings. At the same time, safety of our national airspace must be a key priority for passengers and pilots, crew. Administrator Dickson, you are tasked with the hard job of making both of these things happen right now. When did the FAA begin the process to review and improve existing radio altimeters in 5G deployment areas? And were there barriers that prevented FAA from doing those assessments earlier?
Well, again, the formal process for providing the approvals was dependent upon having the deployment data from the telecommunications industry, because remember, we're not certifying new equipment right now. We're addressing what we call an unsafe condition that's been identified in the radio altimeter avionics. So when you do that, we issue an airworthiness directive that essentially, in this case, does not allow the use of that technology on the airplane. So to continue to enable poor weather, low visibility type operations, again, operations in most cases at less than a half-mile visibility, where the pilot is doing what we call a Category 2 or a Category 3 auto landing approach, the radio altimeter is very critical in that phase of flight. And until we had the specific deployment data, for example, latitude, longitude, elevation, is a tower on a hill, what's the height of the tower, signal strength, all of that deployment information, that's the information that we needed to be able to put our protection zones in place. And then once we did that, the aviation manufacturers came to us with the level of performance that their testing indicated that their radio altimeters would perform satisfactorily. Some of them, they range from a few hundred feet. Some of them are well over several miles, where they are potentially vulnerable at this point to C-band interference. And so we continue to work that, and we'll continue to work with the manufacturers to ensure that only those operations that can be conducted safely will be allowed to continue.
Are there other technical concerns with interference other than just with radio altimeters?
There are other, some airplanes have, the root cause of all of this is the performance of the radio altimeter. But what has happened with certain aircraft types is that the radio altimeter has been architected into other automatic systems on the aircraft. For example, thrust reversers or spoilers. They're the panels that come up on the wing after landing to help slow the airplane down. Those types of things. In older aircraft types, you may have had a sensor on the wheel that detected when the airplane was on the ground. Now with some newer aircraft designs, the radio altimeter is used as a backup or perhaps even primary to those sensors. And that safety enhancement actually becomes compromised as well. I think the good news here is that the same relief that we're providing for low visibility approaches is also protecting those systems on the aircraft as well.
What measures does the FAA have in place to ensure that the data provided by the telecom industry regarding 5G deployment areas, such as tower locations and activations, power levels, et cetera, what measures do you have in place to ensure that it's accurate, reliable, and shared with you in a timely manner moving forward?
Well, again, I'm having regular conversations with their leadership. We're having technical exchanges on a daily basis. We have developed a level of familiarity and a level of collaboration and, frankly, a building level of trust. It's always trust but verify, and that's part of what flight testing is telling us is, we think that the technical specifications and what they have committed to us is actually the way that things will perform in the real world. The flight testing is helping us to validate things like signal shape and power. And again, frankly, the kind of information exchange that we are having with them is information that they were never required to provide before. In fact, they'd never even really thought about the impact of a C-band signal on a moving aircraft. It was just not something that was within their calculus. And so now we're just in the last few weeks, we're sort of understanding each other much more effectively than we did before.
All right, trust but verify. I yield back.
Thanks, Representative, very much. So as I understand it, for this panel, that is all the members who have questions. And we have other members waiting, but that's for the second panel. Going once, going twice. Great. Administrator Dickson, thank you for joining us, and thank you for giving us a little over 2 hours of your time to ask some questions. I think the second panel will also give us some very interesting perspective for us to explore based on some of the things you said, and we will be in touch with you with further questions as well as some just some follow-up to how we can help out. But thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you for your support and for your leadership.
Okay. For the members in the panel, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. Some of us haven't had the chance to get up and walk around like others, so we're going to take a 10-minute recess, and we'll be back for the second panel. Thank you. No. The witnesses could turn on their cameras. We're about to get started. Thank you. Call the subcommittee back into session and now call up panel 2. So I'll ask the witnesses on panel 2 to please turn their cameras on and keep them on for the duration of the panel. I want to welcome the witnesses on our second panel. I'll just go through the introduction of each one. Nick Callio, the President and CEO of Airlines for America. The Honorable Eric Fanning, President and CEO of the Aerospace Industries Association. Catherine Stevens, Airport Director, Eugene Airport, on behalf of the American Association of Airport Executives. Captain Joe DePete, President of the Airline Pilots Association. Faye Malarkey Black, President and CEO of the Regional Airline Association. James Viola, President and CEO of the Helicopter Association International. The Honorable Meredith Atwell Baker, President and CEO of CTIA. And Dennis Roberson, President and Chief Executive Officer of Roberson and Associates, and also a proud graduate of the Washington State University. Thank you for joining us today, and I look forward to your testimony. Without objection, our witnesses' full statements will be included in the record. And since your written testimony has been made part of the record, the subcommittee requests that you limit your oral testimony to 5 minutes. And with that, we'll start with Mr. Callio. You are recognized for 5 minutes. You may proceed.
Thank you, Chairman DeFazio and Larson and Ranking Member Graves and Graves. A4A appreciates the opportunity to testify. Given the unprecedented impacts of the pandemic, it is quite notable that an unrelated problem would rise to be the most disruptive issue facing our industry. Yet, here we are. Commercial aviation is the safest mode of transportation in the world, due in part to technology like radio altimeters. They are essential tools that provide input to many other critical safety systems on an airplane. Since the spring of 2018, A4A and others in the aviation industry have been raising concerns about radio altimeters in a new 5G environment. I point you to the timeline of cautions we raised, which is attached to our written testimony. As time ran out ahead of the scheduled and then rescheduled deployment dates, A4A sounded the alarm. I and all of our member CEOs signed a letter warning of significant disruption to air passengers, shippers, the supply chain, and delivery of needed medical supplies. The restrictions that were being imposed on the industry would have impacted approximately 345,000 passenger flights, 32 million passengers, and 5,400 cargo flights each year in the form of delayed flights, diversions, or cancellations. The past few months have been nothing short of a harrowing sequence of looming deadlines and impending government action. The process that led up to this operational nightmare, or potential operational nightmare, should be held up as a cautionary tale of lack of communication and coordination gone awry. It's not a partisan problem or issue. It is a government coordination problem that needs to be rationalized going forward. As a result of the FCC's decision not to address aviation safety concerns, the FAA rightly did. The situation could and should have been directly addressed prior to the Spectrum auction, but we're encouraged by recent progress. Today, we are in a far better place thanks to the work of many, including the White House, the NEC, DOT, FAA, aviation stakeholders, and the telecommunications companies. Both the telecom and aviation industries have been thrust into this avoidable calamity by a government process that failed to provide an adequate amount of interagency communication and recognition of decisional consequences down the line. We sincerely appreciate the telecom's coordination efforts. We are also grateful to those in Congress who have lent their voices to drive solutions. Chairman DeFazio in particular, we would like to thank for giving attention to this issue going back at least 3 years. For A4A, we are acutely focused on driving our government partners to quickly find a permanent set of solutions that will allow 5Gs to expand while also protecting aviation from disruption. Specifically, we are asking for a long-term, transparent process that brings everyone to the table to work in a collaborative manner. Unfortunately, the current process has provided a complicated web based on aircraft by aircraft, runway by runway, radio altimeter by radio altimeter determinations made on a flight by flight basis. The situation isn't static either, but rather a constant ebb and flow of new 5G towers and airline and airport operating changes. The complexity that's been added to the aviation operations, along with the impacts on human factors involved, which I'm sure Captain DePete will talk about, desperately calls for a stable approach that only the government can provide. Just this past weekend, there was another round of reevaluations referred to as the AMOC process, as mentioned by Administrator Dickson. It's paramount that the FAA continues to implement a permanent and more accurate risk evaluation tool, as well as improving its notifications and limitations process. There's no reason the types of mitigations that have been implemented internationally at the onset of the process, not after, through intergovernmental communication, cannot have been effectively dealt with here in the United States. We're now trying to manage through the existing crisis, but it will likely take years, not weeks, to fully address. In the near term, we need a razor-sharp focus on the FAA honing that permanent evaluation tool. In the long term, we need a critical review of the intergovernmental communication during spectrum reallocation processes. And we need a long-term transparent process, as said, that includes all stakeholders. Make no mistake about it. The aviation industry fully supports new technologies and the deployment of 5G. However, we must be done in a manner that allows aviation and 5G to coexist safely. There likely will be a 6G and 7G and many other spectrum utilization issues in the future. They should be seamlessly integrated into the broader economy without causing seismic disruptions to critical industry segments. We have no doubt the United States can find a way to lead both aviation safety and 5G access, but it needs to be done right. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, Mr. Callio. I'll now turn to Mr. Fanning. Mr. Fanning, you can recognize for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chairman DeFazio, Chairman Larson, Ranking Member Sam Graves, Ranking Member Garrett Graves, and members of the committee, thank you for inviting me to appear today and for your leadership on this important matter. In partnership with the FAA and other government partners, U.S. aviation manufacturers and our airline customers set the gold standard of safety worldwide. Maintaining this unprecedented level of safety is our priority mission. For this reason, we've been expressing serious concerns about possible interference with a key aviation safety device known as a radio altimeter upon deployment of the new 5G service in the C-band. Spectrum is the lifeblood of our industry, and we support 5G rollout. It will be important to our industry, it will be important to the more than 2 million people who work on our industry, and it will usher in new advances for our society. But it must be done in a way that assures the US's gold standard of safety, defined as the chance of one catastrophic incident in 1 billion flight hours. We know we can do this because as an industry, we do it every day. Introduce complex technologies into society safely. AIA members manufacture first-in-class fixed-wing and rotary aircraft of all sizes, each with extensive safety features. One of the most critical is the radio altimeter, which is the workhorse of the overall integrated safety system. While it is a simple device, it has the most consequential of purposes, helping to save lives. Altimeters help pilots determine an aircraft's altitude. These highly reliable devices are essential to a number of aircraft functions, including precision approach, landing, ground proximity, and collision avoidance. All commercial and most general aviation aircraft, as well as helicopters, use an altimeter. Altimeters are unique to each aircraft type and model. They are designed, manufactured, tested, and certified against the most rigorous safety requirements as a single component, and then again as part of the aircraft's integrated safety system. Altimeters are especially important for pilots dealing with low visibility conditions and in other situations like wind shear, which causes rapid decrease in airspeed due to wind flows near the ground. It can be particularly hazardous during takeoff and landing. In such an environment, fluctuation in atmospheric pressure can result in airspeed indicators and barometric altimeters providing misleading indications to the flight crew. But the radio altimeter can be trusted, and it's this device they must rely on to execute a successful escape maneuver. Beginning in 2018, aviation stakeholders began calling for collaboration to address potential interference because of the altimeter's essential safety function. While progress is now occurring, this is not the same as declaring the problem solved. The mitigation measures underway are temporary and focus on our largest cities. We need to ensure that all airports, including airports in small and mid-sized communities, can maintain their operation safety as rollouts continue. The US aviation system is incredibly complex. It's not nearly as simple as adopting another country's safety playbook for 5G development for reasons including orientation of the base tower and differing maximum power levels. Our efforts must be specific to US needs and safety requirements. Based on where we are today, the development of new standards will take considerable time. Because of this, a proposal to retrofit out-of-band filters or other solutions cannot be accomplished overnight. Manufacturing and certifying new radar altimeter designs on a forward-fit basis is the ultimate goal, but that will take even longer. It will take extensive testing, certification, and time. The US has set the gold standard as the safest aviation system in the world, and we have incredibly high requirements to keep it that way. Policy is an essential element to maintaining this level of safety, but currently there is no formal requirement for 5G interference tolerance, an incomplete understanding of spurious emissions, and no agreed upon worst case interference scenario. One of the lessons learned in this case is that the effects of spectrum relocation or sharing are not simple. The auction process seeks to address and indemnify in-band users that are being relocated, but the effects on interference on nearby users and the requisite mitigation, as in this case, is not adequately addressed by all regulations. There will be future generations of technologies and spectrum auctions. We need to modernize the regulatory framework before this happens again. The ultimate goal is to maximize 5G while minimize disruptions. There will be a gap between the end of the 6-month compromise and when the ultimate solution is identified and implemented. That means a process must be established to provide ongoing information sharing and dialogue between government and all private sector stakeholders, and a process that also helps us avoid finding ourselves in this position again as we contemplate future additions to spectrum. Thank you to the committee for listening to our perspectives, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fanning. For the introduction of Ms. Stevens, I turn to the chair of the full committee, Chair DeFazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was thinking of something else. Yes, thank you for the opportunity to introduce the next witness, Catherine Stevens. She's airport director in Eugene, Oregon, and she will offer both the perspective of an airport that does have a lot of low visibility issues in the wintertime. In fact, many, many years ago, I had to kind of strong arm the FAA to get a Cat 2 system because they said we didn't have enough flights, but we had more diversions and cancellations than almost any other airport that I could find. So they relented and we got it. But if we couldn't use it, we would be back to those days of people ending up in Portland and driving down on a bus. So that's not acceptable. She's a recognized leader in the city of Eugene, largest city in my district. She's was named Airport Director of the Year by the Oregon Airport Management Association. She's a director for the AAAE and chairs the association's Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Committee. She has done a lot for inclusion and innovation broadly across the airport community, not just for my my airport, and she was helpful also to the committee as we worked through coronavirus relief and the IIJA, Infrastructure Investment Jobs Act, and highlighting, as she will perhaps today a bit, the 5G issues in transition at our airport. And I appreciate her taking time to be here today. Thanks, Catherine.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Chairman.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chair DeFazio, Ranking Member Graves, Chair Larson, Ranking Member Graves, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for the invitation and for your continued leadership on issues of importance to airports and the aviation industry. I am testifying today on behalf of the American Association of Airport Executives, where I am a member of the board of directors. I currently serve as airport director at the Eugene Airport, and I would like to briefly express my personal appreciation to Chair DeFazio, my hometown congressman, who has done so much for our community and for airports and the aviation industry during his distinguished career. Thank you, Chair DeFazio. Getting it right with the continued rollout of 5G and subsequent enhanced telecommunication services is imperative for airports and every segment of the highly interdependent aviation system. As the deployment continues, it must be done in a way that does not jeopardize aviation safety or significantly limit operations during low visibility conditions. Delays, diversions, flight cancellations, and the grounding of aircraft during low visibility events, all of which remain possible as the 5G C-band rollout continues, aren't just an inconvenience. They ripple across the country and the globe quickly with significant negative impacts. Airports are on the front line of dealing with the fallout when disruptions occur. Yet we haven't had much involvement in the 5G C-band deployment to this point, or insight as to what the path will be moving forward. And that must change moving forward. At the Eugene Airport, for example, there are currently low visibility flight limitations related to the 5G C-band deployment, even though Eugene is not one of the initial 46 markets in which these services are being offered. We were surprised and concerned to learn of these limitations, which pose significant challenges at EUG and flight disruptions for our passengers. To give you a sense of the magnitude of the issue, if the FAA's flight restrictions had been in place in 2021, there would have been about 90 low visibility days, impacting up to 40% of our flights per day. More broadly, it is positive that the immediate system-wide crisis we all feared with the initial deployment on January 19th has been averted. We commend AT&T and Verizon for their voluntary actions to establish deployment buffer zones at affected airports, and we appreciate the FAA's diligence to clear more than 90% of the US commercial fleet to operate into affected airports in certain low visibility situations as part of the AMOC process. Unfortunately, these fixes are both limited and temporary. We understand that the buffer zones where 5G C-band signals have been limited since January 19th around more than 80 affected airports are shifting short-term and remain in effect only because of the good graces of the telecommunication companies. We further understand that the FAA's AMOCs for aircraft will be subject to constant review, refinement, and alteration potentially. Additionally, there are still some regional aircraft that are not yet approved to fly during low visibility conditions, including at the Eugene Airport. While only a small percentage of the fleet, these aircraft provide critical air service to many small communities. The recent cancellations at Payne Field, which appear to be resolved, at least for now, with using the newly approved AMOCs, illustrate the painful impact that can be felt at smaller airports when key aircraft are prohibited from operating. Over the past few weeks, airports have seen cancellations, diversions, and other impacts resulting from the inability of aircraft to operate at affected airports in low visibility conditions. Problems at spoke airports aren't just a local problem. They cascade and create disruptions, hassles, and problems throughout the system. So how do we move forward? First, we need a permanent solution that provides long-term certainty to airlines, airports, passengers, and all segments of the industry. Not knowing long-term what aircraft can fly where, under what conditions, is a serious problem for an industry that requires certainty for scheduling and planning. We also need better communication from our federal partners and additional data and information sharing, transparency, and aviation industry involvement. The lack of insight into the location of 5G towers that could impact operations at individual airports is incredibly frustrating. With better information and more active involvement, airports and our aviation industry partners could be proactive in preparing rather than reactive, as we have been forced to be in recent weeks. In closing, I'd summarize by saying that the temporary reprieve of recent weeks has been positive, but airports have significant concerns about what lies ahead. We need a permanent solution that acknowledges the benefits of 5G services while also addressing the critical need for our nation's aviation system to function 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and in low visibility conditions. AAAE stands ready to work with our government and industry partners to address these critical needs. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stevens. Chair now recognizes Captain DePete for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman DeFazio and Ranking Member Graves, and Chairman Larson and Ranking Member Graves, and the subcommittee members. I'm Captain Joe DePete, President of the Airline Pilots Association International, which represents more than 62,000 U.S. and Canadian pilots. For airline pilots, safety is non-negotiable. It's not about politics or profit. For this reason, it was an affront to us when the Federal Communications Commission, the FCC, licensed part of the C-band spectrum to the telecom sector without heeding or even acknowledging our concerns about aviation safety. This situation shows that the FCC's stovepiped approach threatens safety and is also forcing pilots to conduct extensive workarounds for the foreseeable future. This in no way to run a railroad, and it's certainly no way to operate the world's safest air transportation system. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing. We also thank Chairman DeFazio and committee members for voicing concern for aviation safety in the new 5G rollout. Your leadership, along with that of Transportation Secretary Buttigieg and FAA Administrator Dickson, forced telecom companies to delay implementation until risks are addressed. As early as 2018, ALPA took issue with the 5G deployment plans. We urged the FCC and telecom companies to share the data to identify potential risk. We contacted the FCC chair and commissioners, but they ignored our concerns and instead ceded to those with an $80 billion interest in a quick launch. Radio altimeters use radio waves to calculate how high the aircraft is above the terrain. Pilots and onboard safety systems use this data to navigate flights, especially during approach and landing in poor conditions. We've already seen the effects of the new 5G service at locations like Payne Field in Everett, Washington, and ALPA is sharing with the FAA all reports of interference. Deploying the new service in the United States held challenges. FCC authorized 5G signals here transmit using antennas aimed at the horizon and at higher power levels and closer to airports than anywhere else on the planet. For example, France approved 5G with antennas aimed below the horizon at 1/3 the transmission power and with runway safety areas 2.5 times larger than those in the United States. For pilots, new 5G service injects more complexity and more risk into already complex flight operations. We must now analyze how 5G regulatory directives affect departure, arrival, and alternative airports. The increased pilot workload reinforces the importance of having at least 2 qualified, trained, and rested pilots on every flight deck. The U.S. air transportation system is the world's safest. If another industry seeks to introduce risk into the system, the burden should be on that industry to prove its actions won't degrade aviation safety. The launch of the new 5G service caused an avoidable crisis. The process must be reformed so that the United States can continue to be a world stage competitor in 5G and set the global standard in aviation safety. So what can we do? We need action to fund and charge the FAA with staying informed and included in national spectrum strategies. We need to require the FCC to share publicly the new service transmitting data when issuing new or revising an existing license. We need to require the FCC to collaborate with and defer to U.S. government agencies charged with safety oversight. We need to grant the FAA authority to reject new or expanded FCC spectrum applications that affect aviation until safety can be ensured. And finally, we need to require the FAA to share information on approved alternative methods of compliance. Airline pilots, as the arbiters of safety, are trained for life to decide when every flight is safe. However, the U.S. government must do more to safeguard air transportation as 5G service expands, and ALPA pilots are more than ready to assist. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Captain Pete, for your testimony. And now I want to call on FAA Malarkey Black. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, Chair DeFazio, ranking members and Graves, and committee members. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. RA represents regional airlines that operate 44% of the nation's flights and connect every corner of the country. Fully 2/3 of U.S. airports are served only by regional airlines. RA was among those, including this committee, who called for safeguarding safety and operational integrity of the aviation system before 5G rollout. Yet, FAA has issued thousands of notices prohibiting airport operations in low visibility where new 5G signals interfere with aircraft radio altimeters. Alternative methods of compliance, or AMOCs, are granted only if manufacturers can show their equipment withstands the new interference. This patchwork of broad restrictions and case-by-case approvals has been disastrous. Airlines are uncertain when and what clearances they might get for which aircraft, if any. The impact on regional airlines has been particularly pronounced. Not one regional aircraft AMOC had been issued when 5G went live. Even now, because negotiated safeguards against 5G interference are insufficient for the typical regional altimeter, the FAA has issued far fewer of those compared with larger equipment, and more than half the fleet remains restricted at dozens of airports. These restricted aircraft provide more than 130,000 monthly flights, and they provide the only source of air service to 27 airports. Passengers almost immediately experience disruption. One carrier had 63 5G cancels the first week, displacing 1,800 passengers, some of those at Payne Field. Yesterday morning, an airline's entire inbound operation to Houston was delayed. 9 flights were canceled when 5G barred low visibility approaches. By midday, 1,400 passengers were displaced. Earlier, an RAA member endured 8 5G cancels, not due to severe weather, just wet runways. Operational limitations have also caused denied boardings. One carrier was limited to using just 23 of its 50 seats as runway conditions changed. Even small reductions can make a 50-seat flight unprofitable and threaten the viability of the route. I urge this committee not to view these disruptions as mere pockets of pain. The list of excluded airports is now at 70 and growing each time a new tower turns on. Consider that all 3 New York metropolitan airports are excluded now, and more than a quarter of the flights operated there are on aircraft now prohibited in weather. The downstream consequences are vast. Regional airlines support the nation's hub and spoke system. If 5G degrades their reliable schedules, then the integrity of the entire network is compromised. For smaller airports, fewer flights mean fewer options to recover displaced passengers and crew. For communities served by aircraft now banned in weather, that specter of completely avoidable economic calamity is still very much at hand. FAA's NOTAMs and AMOCs were designed to protect aviation safety from the 5G hazard. Still, we must be careful that we do not trade one set of risks for another. The entire industry must react, understand, and mitigate new risk each time a set of NOTAMs and AMOCs is offered. The introduction of more than 1,500 simultaneous NOTAMs is unprecedented. Each one complicates and increases the workload for dispatch, pilots, and ATC. For each approach, crews must determine if their aircraft is approved to utilize the approach being used for that airport, that runway, find and review the appropriate NOTAMs, and review the AMOC listing to determine what approach minimums apply before beginning the approach. ATC also faces significant new airspace saturation with scores more flights holding, circling, and diverting even as mild weather rolls in. We enjoy an exceptionally high level of aviation safety in the United States, due in part to many layers of safety procedures and tools. The radio altimeter is one such tool that enhances situational awareness, and 5G interference takes it away. In discussing risk, RA doesn't wish to alarm passengers. Our members have taken every step to mitigate these risks and will not compromise safety. Flights will be grounded. Unfortunately, they have been. We must find a better and more sustainable path forward. Today's patchwork of NOTAMs and unattainable regional AMOCs creates two tiers of reliability in our system, one for cities and another for everywhere else. I want to make this abundantly clear. Radio altimeters on regional aircraft aren't faulty or defective. These altimeters are operating as they should, based on current regulatory and certification standards set by the FAA. Regional airlines have invested millions in these tools to allow safe, reliable air service and weather. Now we can't use them because the FAA auctioned C-band spectrum without fully considering the consequences.
FCC did.
We can't lose our sense of urgency. FAA must continue to refine data to determine if an aircraft can safely operate at airports. If they can't, better mitigations are needed. A roadmap may be found abroad where lower 5G power, down-tilted antennas, and wider exclusion zones protect more aircraft. FAA must also approve its NOTAMs and AMOCs process to ensure cohesiveness, timeliness, and predictability. I've spent my career advocating for small community service air activity. For travelers, that means air service. We support 5G too, but aviation safety and system integrity must be upheld. I thank the committee for inviting me today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Mr. James Viola, President and CEO of Helicopter Association International. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chairman DeFazio, Chairman Larson, Ranking Member Sam Graves, Ranking Member Garrett Graves, and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for your leadership and for holding this hearing. I appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony today. I have been involved in aviation for more than 35 years and began my aviation career in the U.S. Army with the majority of my flying done as a special operations helicopter pilot. I later joined the FAA, where I most recently served as the Director of General Aviation Safety Assurance. I now serve as the President and CEO of Helicopter Association International. Throughout my career, I've been dedicated to safety and the continued development and refinement of safe aviation operations. The unique capabilities of vertical flight means we can accomplish missions that no other aircraft can. And our industry is also expanding, bringing onto the flight deck exciting technologies such as advanced air mobility and eVTOL aircraft. Our operations are conducted at lower altitudes and at lower speeds. Many flights are conducted from start to finish without the use of airports. Every day, vertical flight serves the public good. Our members do everything from air medical, law enforcement, firefighting, heavy construction, urban air mobility, and even more. Helicopter air ambulance operators transport roughly 1,000 injured, critically ill patients every day. The FAA, in carrying out its mission to maintain aviation safety, put into place restrictions on helicopter flight operations through NOTAMs and airworthiness directives, or ADs, in order to mitigate the risk of 5G interference with aircraft radio altimeters. For helicopters, the AD prohibits certain operations requiring radio altimeters. The restriction in the AD, which prohibits takeoff and landings, has significant far-reaching consequences for the rotorcraft industry. We may be unable to conduct certain missions that provide public services, especially when you consider that limitations applies to nearly 2,000 NOTAM designated locations. To combat the impacts of 5G interference, the FAA implemented an alternative method of compliance, or AMOC. To date, the focus has been on Part 121 air carriers, and the FAA has done tremendous work there, but this is a Band-Aid approach to a permanent problem that is constantly changing. The rotorcraft AMOC procedures have not been formally released by the FAA. The process is still being fine-tuned. We believe it is critical that the FAA continue the same level of urgency and commitment as they have had for the commercial aviation to mitigate operational impacts upon helicopter operations and the essential services they provide to save lives, protect communities, and support jobs. It must be recognized that rotorcraft's operational environment is vastly different than the airlines. Helicopter operations, which take place at much lower altitudes than airline flights, could very well conduct their entire flight within the zones of this interference. Rotorcraft utilize airports as well as unimproved locations such as streets, parking lots, or fields. The other avenue to combat the operational impact of 5G interference is the exemption process. The FAA partially approved a HAI petition for exemption, allowing helicopter air ambulance operators to continue flying with restrictions. This relief will also allow them to use night vision goggles in the helicopter air ambulance operations. 97% of the 1,250 helicopters used in helicopter air ambulance now have a HAI exemption. I want to be very clear. HAI and our members are not against 5G. However, due to our mission profiles and operational parameters, 5G interference is of particular concern to the vertical flight sector. We want to ensure that 5G is deployed in such a way that it can safely coexist with aviation operations. The development of new radio altimeters with filters that can withstand 5G interference will take time, and the cost for operators to purchase and install these new altimeters is of particular concern to the industry. In the short term, HAI is focused on working with the FAA on the AMOC process and additional exemptions with mitigations to allow operators to provide services to their communities. In the long term, we urge Congress to enact reforms to provide better transparency and coordination on the spectrum issues. The Department of Commerce and its Federal Advisory Committee have studied the issues of equitable access to spectrum and identified several recommendations. The reason we are here today is clear. Misaligned spectrum policy has disadvantaged aerospace and aviation users. It is imperative we find a solution to address the currently failed system so that we are not in the same situation again. I thank the committee again for the opportunity to provide the perspective of the vertical flight industry, and I look forward to continuing our work together in these important issues. My full comments are offered for the record. I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And we'll now turn to Ms. Baker from the CTIA. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for including the wireless industry in today's hearing. I'm glad to be here together with the aviation leaders. And the key word for me is together. I'm very happy to report that millions of Americans today are benefiting from next generation 5G service. Those same Americans are flying across the country and across the world safely. We got here thanks to a great deal of hard work in the past few years, particularly in the past few weeks. We have shown that engineer to engineer, there is a path forward together. As of today, 90% of commercial planes have been cleared, demonstrating the successful coexistence of 5G and flights. We are committed to working to clear the remaining planes and being a good partner with aviation. I very much share the view expressed by American Airlines CEO Doug Parker that we are in the right spot. Technical experts are encouraged and information sharing has been key. An agreement between CTIA, A4A, and AIA helped drive this breakthrough. I also share the confidence of Scott Kirby, the CEO of United, who said that we'll get to a final resolution. Like him, I just wished it had happened earlier. Rewind a few weeks and the press tried to pit the future of wireless versus aviation. That was always a false choice. We can and must have safe flights and robust 5G. Nearly 40 countries around the world have shown us it can happen, and it is happening now in communities across our country. We have been preparing to bring C-band spectrum into service for years. A regulatory rulemaking, global study. This has been a bipartisan priority to drive our national wireless leadership and close the digital divide. That extended process only reinforces how proud I am of AT&T, Verizon, and the US wireless industry for being so responsive to aviation concerns. After spending billions on spectrum license and billions more deploying networks, they hit pause. They took repeated steps to ensure that we are in the position we are today. They delayed in the public interest, fully confident of our ability to coexist effectively. They first postponed their launch voluntarily for 30 days to give aviation more time to evaluate altimeter performance. They then took steps to reduce their power in the air to protect airports and heliports, all in response to aviation concerns. Then they agreed to 2 additional weeks of delay. In doing so, they adopted even more temporary protections around airports. Still then, the carriers, the day before launch, agreed not to turn on cell towers in the immediate area around specific airports. The FCC called these the most comprehensive efforts in the world to safeguard aviation technologies. And they are. This is the type of US corporate leadership we need. These temporary steps are on top of the FCC's balanced rules that were the culmination of years of expert review, capturing the feedback of both aviation and wireless interests. This hearing is rightfully focused on protecting aviation safety. We share that objective wholeheartedly and now have real-world evidence of it in the United States. I wish to close by sharing how excited I am for our 5G future. Accenture just last week released a report noting that broadly deployed 5G will help us achieve up to 20% of the administration's climate goals. 5G will also create new home broadband competition and help close the digital divide in each of your districts. 5G is well worth the wait. That is why getting to full power 5G, as envisioned by the FCC, is so important. And it's why getting access to the next phase of C-band is so critical. The enhanced collaboration between our industries will make that a reality. The last few weeks have given us a clear roadmap to do so. This is about our global competitiveness and creating new opportunities in towns, small and large. We will do all of that while ensuring safe flights. That's really great news, and we should celebrate that. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much for the testimony. I now turn to Dennis Roberson, President and CEO of Roberson and Associates, and I hope a proud Washington State University graduate. Mr. Roberson, Dr. Roberson, you're recognized.
Absolutely, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman DeFazio and Larson, ranking members Graves, and members of the Aviation Subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this important topic. I am, as you've heard, Dennis Roberson, President and CEO of Roberson and Associates, a technology consulting firm serving both government and commercial customers. My testimony represents my personal views and is not provided on behalf of any other organization. As you know, on January 19th, high-speed 5G cellular service was launched by both AT&T and Verizon based on their spectrum auction wins last year. The aviation community fought this rollout over the last several months, initially focusing on safety of life issues, and more recently, massive disruptions in the airline flight schedules. This has been headline news with claims and counterclaims between AT&T and Verizon and the aviation industry. The cellular providers point to the nearly 40 nations who have successfully deployed 5G in the so-called C-band, while the aviation community countered, and today included, that many of these countries have significant restrictions on the spectrum use that did not exist in the United States. All this has made for a very confusing and contentious situation marked by a lack of information and the inability of the FCC and FAA to resolve the conflict in a timely manner. That's the top level state of play, but is there really a problem? And going forward, what should be done to resolve the current concerns? First, the unfortunate truth is that there is a problem with the design of some of the aviation industry's older radar altimeters. Now, to get a little technical, the altimeters are supposed to operate in their assigned spectrum bands between 4.2 and 4.4 gigahertz. When these devices were originally designed, they had very low power satellite neighbors. Since the altimeters operate on a radar principle, looking for a signal reflected from the ground, their receivers couldn't detect the satellite signals. This led the altimeter designers to largely ignore their assigned spectrum boundaries, and as a result, these receivers are sensitive to transmissions from far outside their assigned band. For decades, this was not an issue, but with new neighbors moving in, these old altimeters now have a potential interference problem. Adding a little more technical information to the mix, the AT&T and Verizon 5G service operates from 3.7 to 3.8 gigahertz, or 400 megahertz away from the altimeter band. To put this into perspective, the whole FM radio band is only 20 megahertz wide. Because of the vast separation between the 5G cellular spectrum and the altimeter spectrum allocation, the FCC determined that there shouldn't be an issue. Unfortunately, this is not the case for old, technically wide open altimeters. Though the altimeters were once standalone instruments, today, as you've heard, they are highly integrated into the aircraft's avionics. If, for instance, the altimeters say the airplane is still in the air when it's actually landed, the operation of the reverse thrusters and spoilers that rapidly reduce the airplane's speed on the ground will be blocked. I am told that on an icy runway, this failure could increase the landing distance by as much as 4 times, which for short runway airports, for example, Washington's Reagan National Airport, could be an enormous problem. So where do we go from here? First, my understanding, and the good news, is that most modern altimeters do not have a 5G interference problem. The FAA is currently determining both the robustness of various altimeter models and which altimeters are installed on which aircrafts, certifying those aircrafts that have altimeters that properly filter out 5G transmission. Using this process, the FAA has cleared 20 altimeter models and certified 90% of the commercial fleet. Those aircraft that don't have appropriate altimeters should be required to replace their altimeters or suffer a significant reduction in the weather conditions in which they are allowed to fly. Given this straightforward but critical set of steps, aircraft can be safely flown and landed in the presence of 5G technology. And importantly, AT&T and Verizon can fully deploy their high-performance 5G networks. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before the committee this afternoon. And I too look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate the technical descriptions in language we can understand here on the committee. Appreciate that. With that, I will turn to the chair of the full committee, Chair DeFazio, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll go back to a question I put to the administrator, which is, what happens at the end of 6 months? Right now, yes, we've cleared 90% of the planes, but that's with exclusion zones and lower power in proximity to the airports. And in the testimony of CTIA, they say that they'll last for 6 months or until July 5th unless credible evidence exists that real-world interference would occur. Well, the Brits Aviation CAA found that, in fact, there is a viable interference threat to radio altimeters. France was cited by CTIA as, well, we're doing exactly like France. Well, not exactly. They also have to deflect their antennas down, and they have exclusion zones. Czech Republic has exclusion zones. They aren't doing those things for fun. They're doing those things because they think there is a real and credible threat to aviation. So, you know, then, and then other places that are, well, the Canadians also are now adopting exclusion zones around 26 airports where base towers might be deployed. And then other nations, Japan, 5% of the power here, 90% below here, Australia, 76 below here. We have the strongest signals, and as initially deployed, no protections for aviation or airports. And we're saying, well, there's just a few old obsolete altimeters. Well, there's a NOTAM out on the 787. I think that's the most modern airplane in America's fleet, that their thrust reversers might not work in presence of 5G. And I don't think they went out and bought an old altimeter for the 87. So this is real. So the question I would have to the CTIA, I mean, I think that the companies have come around, but I know you're running an organization. You know, these associations are generally run by the lowest common denominator member. And I think both Verizon and AT&T have recognized their real problems, and we're trying to work through it. But I don't think that that's reflected in your testimony. So what do you think is going to happen after 6 months, Ms. Baker?
Well, thank you for your question, Mr. Chairman. I would say that we are working cooperatively, as Administrator Dickson said, and that we have made a great deal of progress and the cooperation continues. And so it is my firm belief that the aviation industry is going to get comfortable with the idea that these guard bands that Dennis Robertson just mentioned are so significant that there will not be interference in the altimeter proceedings. We feel confident that France is the outlier and that most countries have not required any airport specific protections. And the reason we keep mentioning France is because that is what AT&T and Verizon adopted in this temporary protections to give the FAA time to address the altimeters. And as we can see, the FAA is rolling off of these altimeter restrictions as quickly as they can.
Yes, but, but France, it's permanent. I'm not aware that it goes away in 6 months. Czechoslovakia, exclusion zones are permanent. They don't go away in 6 months. Canada, the exclusion zones are permanent. They don't go away in 6 months. And we're talking about in 6 months, we're not going to have exclusion zones anymore, and we're going to be just so much more comfortable than France, Czechoslovakia, Great Britain, and Canada, that we're like, yeah, it's okay. Because then as soon as I land, by God, I'm going to be able to stream 5G while I'm still sitting on the airplane. Wow, that's great. I'd rather know that I'm going to land safely than being able to do that.
Mr. Chairman, with due respect, I think the chart that you're working on doesn't fairly capture the most recent conditions. 5G is deployed in France in the same band, and the authorized power in France is higher than the FCC rules. France is only one of 3 nations with airport-specific specifications today, and we've applied that protections temporarily to help the FAA process. Given our nationwide limits skyward and the airport protections, the U.S. provides more protection today than France does for aircrafts. Again, France is an outlier, and there are at least
Canada,
10 countries who have no airport
and
specific
Czechoslovakia, and many other nations that operate at a fraction of the power here in the United States who haven't seen fit to have exclusion zones because they're not worried about extraordinarily large, high signals, strong signals interfering. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My time's expired.
Chair recognizes
So she's saying that
Representative Graves of Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under the current 5G rollout plan, telecom providers are going to be, I guess, using the space in the vicinity of airports in the 3.7 to 3.8 band. They're going to temporarily delay the 3.8 to 4.0 as a cushion in the interim period. Mr. Robertson, I'm curious, could you talk about whether you believe that current 3.7 to 3.8 is going to cause interference with radio altimeters? Do you think that the cushion of 3.8 to 4.0 is sufficient at this time?
Yes, as I testified, it's a very large cushion. It's really an unprecedented amount of spectrum that separates the 3.7 to 3.8 to the 4.2 to 4.4.
And so at this point, you don't anticipate that there will be conflicts with radio altimeters with that type of cushion in place?
There should not be. It is possible to create it. And as I testified, in early days, because there was no strong signal anywhere in the vicinity, radar altimeters were designed without any filtering at all. So they saw anything in a very, very large area. But with filters, and we should identify that filters are little pieces of ceramic historically that cost nickels and dimes. I've actually personally made them in my role as in Motorola as their executive vice president, chief technology officer. So it's a very small thing, but I do understand why in the earlier time frame, since there was no interference outside the band, that the designers chose to eliminate those because there was no reason for them. But now there is. And now these altimeters do have a problem, but those are old altimeters. My understanding is that new altimeters do have the filtering, which is appropriate and therefore don't have a problem.
Which is why when I spoke earlier that I think the engagement with RCTA to make sure that appropriate technological sort of protocols in manufacturing moves in a direction to ensure consistency there. Ms. Baker, thank you for being here today. I appreciate your testimony. As we noted in opening statements, I think you heard a lot of frustration across the panel with just how we found ourselves in this situation. Certainly, 5G is not the latest, going to be the end-all, be-all in regard to technology. We're certainly going to be moving, in fact, already are moving in a direction of 6G and 7G. Can you share a little bit about your lessons learned in this process and how we prevent moving forward these types of conflicts from happening again?
Well, thank you so much for your question. And I think we share your frustration because we followed the FCC rules. The FCC came out with their rules in March of 2020. And, you know, how this didn't get resolved before certainly before the auction in December of 2020, I don't understand. I've worked at NTIA. I know the government's IRAC process, that's the interagency coordinating process, should have driven a resolution. I've seen that process work on really hairy spectrum issues from broadcasters to DOD to FBI surveillance. I wasn't there, so I can't speak to why it didn't work here, but we need to get the agency input early and let the spectrum engineers do their job, because this is an engineer, this is a technical engineer issue, and we have the best engineers, certainly the best spectrum engineers in the world. I think now that we have a permanent head of NTIA and Alan Davidson and Jessica Rosenworcel as chairman of the FCC, they have an opportunity now to take a fresh look at what is working and what is not, and we certainly hope that they will.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I want to make note, there was an article in Politico today, I think, indicating that my friends over here had a meeting with the FCC, and I do just want to urge, I'm very disappointed FCC is not here today. I heard there was a scheduling conflict, which I think is as important as this issue is, that this should have been the priority as opposed to other things. But I do want to make sure that we all acknowledge this is a bipartisan issue. We should be working together on it. And in addition to the FCC, frustration of the FCC not being here, I want to remind my friends next to me and down the aisle there that we'd be happy to join them in future meetings with the FCC. Yield back.
Thank you. I'll recognize yourself for 5 minutes. Mr. Fanning, in my opening testimony, I talked about the process moving forward, in part the technical process moving forward. We have a rollout that will continue in the 3.7 to 3.8. Then we have a rollout from 3.8 to 3.98. And then there's the future of 5G, and then there's 6G, and there's auctions in the future as well. And I said, well, I thought maybe we could create an informal technical process. Maybe it is not the RTCA process, but something that's more informal that can begin to inform some of these technical issues before they get formalized and then passed up to the process. Have you all AIA thought about this type of new process or a different process so that we're helping to get ahead of these issues in the future?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have. The groundwork for that is starting even as we speak, really, in the last month, the great work that's being done between the aviation industry and the telecom industry. There's a lot of sharing of data, a lot of coming together, a lot of understanding of each other's sides, as you and Ranking Member Graves talked about in your opening comments. And we need to build on that, not just to answer Chairman DeFazio's question about what happens at the 6-month point, what happens between that point and when we solve and implement the issue that we're faced with now, but that we continue going forward so we don't find ourselves in the place we are now, and we can avoid what Dr. Robertson talked about, which is making sure that everybody who's in spectrum is cognizant of how spectrum is being used elsewhere, and all new entrants are as well. So I think part of what we would suggest for a new process going forward is that we expand the definition of stakeholder to be more exclusive. Other government agencies like the Department of Defense, industries that aren't just in the band that's being discussed, but are adjacent to it, because we have been building out spectrum and utilizing spectrum, increasing how we use spectrum over decades. And so it's become more complex in many ways. What we saw here was we're regulating spectrum in the 21st century using a 20th century model. But I do think that there's indicators that that we're already doing this informally, because a lot of important work is being shared.
Yeah, thank you. I'll explore that later after the hearing with you all. I need to move on to Captain DePete. And Captain DePete, in your testimony, you discussed added workload about 5G deployment that has been created for pilots and the level of uncertainty. Can you expand on a little bit on what added workload that has been put on pilots as a result of the 5G rollout?
Certainly, and thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. And also, Nick, I know you referred to this in terms of the human factors that are involved with this. We operate the safest air transportation system in the world here, and that has been through collaboration. And I do find it somewhat ironic, if I might just begin by saying that we have, and this is not to be funny, but in the Cool Hand Luke movie, the failure to communicate, these are communication companies that we've been asking a long time to collaborate with that have rejected those offers. So having said that, our pilots are really becoming quite saturated by the number of NOTAMs that are out there. A lot of work goes into preparation for a flight. And I know Representative Staller has spoken on many occasions about the conditions of the NOTAM system. And I know the work of this committee has been extraordinary to try to push that along to improve that process. But you can imagine, in a busy cockpit, in a situation where an airliner may need to divert to an alternative airport, the amount of work involved in that, especially since the AMOCs could be changed regularly, right? They're specific to runways, they're specific to airports. Now our crews also have to know what particular equipment they have on their airplanes, what the configuration is. And as Administrator Dixon had pointed out earlier, that is very dependent on a lot of different things, including how those systems are connected to the other safety systems on the airplane. So yeah, I'm not as sanguine about this at the moment as I've heard some others. In fact, I'm concerned very much, and I think Chairman DeFazio, articulated it very well. What's going to happen in 6 months, right? We're going to have to continue to work this. Thankfully, we have on every airplane a minimum of 2 well-trained, well-qualified, adequately rested pilots, the most highly trained pilots in the world. But this is on their shoulders. They have to sign for the airplane every day. I'm not sure the telecommunications CEOs have to sign and say, this should not be a problem. That doesn't work in aviation. And all the people on this committee know that, right? You've all worked together. That's why we've achieved the greatest, I think in the history of humankind, the safest form of transportation. And when you consider the conveyance, it's remarkable. So I know I ran out of time, but I think that answers your question.
That does answer my question. And
thank you, sir.
Thank you. We'll be able to maybe return to the second round.
Sure.
With that, I will recognize Representative Balderson of Ohio for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry about that. I hit the button with my notebook. Thank you all for being here, the witnesses being here for our second panel today. My first question is for Ms. Baker. CTIA has been deeply involved in spectrum allocations for broadband services, including many instances where spectrum was relocated from federal use, or where specialized sharing and coexistence issues has to be worked out between commercial users and federal institutions. Can you discuss the FCC's role as the expert agency in radio interference matters, how federal agencies typically resolve such matters with commercial users through the NTIA, and whether the FAA followed these processes in this case?
Well, thank you very much for the question. And I can't speak to the specific whether the FAA followed this or not, because I have not been in the room. I will say typically, there is a government agency called the IRAC at NTIA. They are congressionally mandated to advocate for federal government users. As I think maybe you mentioned earlier, spectrum's at a premium, and efficiency, the using of spectrum efficiently is allowing us to continue to lead the world in many of automated transportation, wireless, broadcasting, you name it. So I do think the FCC and the NTIA coordinate on the federal and the commercial spectrum, and they have been able to work out multiple really complex deals, such as moving broadcasters, such as relocating DoD radars. I think I mentioned AWS-3, which was DOJ and FBI surveillance. So, when they say that we haven't shared data, we're competitively sensitive in where we roll out and what the individual launching of cell sites are. So this is not something that the FCC considers. They consider back to the guard bands. They consider whether the spectrum that they are allocating, which typically a guard band is 5 megahertz, here it's going to be 200, whether that causes interference. So there's a very complex process, and Congress has weighed in multiple times on how to relocate and what gets paid for, frankly. That's the government's job.
Okay, thank you very much for that answer. My next question is for Mr. Roberson. Thank you, Mr. Roberson, for being here. You were on the FCC's Technical Advisory Board for the C-band order. Can you provide some insight on how the FCC came to the conclusion that the mitigation measures adopted in the order would be enough to protect aviation safety?
Yes, unfortunately, a little correction. The Technological Advisory Council specifically is precluded from weighing in on any issue that is before the FCC. So the Technological Advisory Council serves as the headlights looking out into the future. Now, having said that, the Technological Advisory Council, along with many government agencies, identified that mid-band spectrum was crucial for 5G competitiveness, and therefore it is something truly important for the United States for competitiveness with the rest of the world to have capabilities in that spectral area. And in fact, Congress dictated that area of spectrum should be considered. As to the specific details of what were done, that's beyond my purview of the details. But I will note that how FCC works on these kinds of issues is to secure information from all available sources, and then based on what has been input into the docket for their engineers to carefully review that material and then render a decision. So that's how the process is supposed to work.
Okay. My follow-up, and thank you for clarifying that. My follow-up, and we're short on time because I always like to give the chairman back extra time. Can you expand on Ms. Baker's insight regarding the FCC's role as the expert agency on radio interference matters?
Not really. I thought she provided an excellent answer. There is a process through the NTIA as the agency that provides the information into the FCC's docket, representing all groups, FAA, DOD, all the rest. And that process, no involvement, but as has been reported, there was apparently a breakdown in that link of getting information from the FAA into the FCC docket.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Mr. Chairman, sorry, I almost tried.
You're so close, Representative Balderson. I will say it's pretty clear there was a big breakdown in NTIA delivering that information to the FCC. Next up is Representative Kahele of Hawaii.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much for the second half of this hearing. My question is for Captain DePete. Captain DePete, you know as well as I do that safety is non-negotiable. Pilots will fly when it's safe to fly. And we must not and cannot put profits above the safety of our pilots, our flight crews in the back, and our passengers. This process between the selling of the C-band to wireless companies to the FAA Airworthiness Directive has forced pilots, especially our regional pilots and general aviation pilots, to perform extensive maneuvers to ensure the safety of the flight due to the potential for radar altimeter interference. Captain DePete, you stated in your testimony that the FCC proceeded with the spectrum action without acknowledging ALPA's concerns. When did and how did ALPA first raise these concerns? And as the arbiters of safety, how can we ensure in the future that pilots' concerns, like ALPA's, are taken more seriously?
Hi, Representative Kealy, thanks a lot for that question. Very important one, obviously. It just so happens, I have a document here that's 6 pages of single spaced. For us, it began actually prior to 2018, but in 2018, we made an official request to the FCC expressing our concern about this. And then I would gladly provide this into the record for the committee to just see what ALPA has done since that time. And we've pretty much tried to go everywhere we could go, to including the FAA and other groups, DOT, everybody, to bring this to everyone's attention. And it was ignored. It was ignored by the FCC, and it was also ignored by the telecom industry. And I think they need to understand too, Representative Kealy, how we created this safe system that is not a forensic model anymore. It's a risk predictive model where it's 1 billionth of a chance of something going wrong. And that's why it's such an amazingly safe system. And our pilots play an integral role in that. Our pilots are the essential workers, right? The frontline workers who took us through COVID. And now we're looking at these kinds of human factors concerns, which really were unnecessary. It's an introduction of risk that was completely unnecessary. So we're doing all we can. We're not let up. I mean, thankfully, Administrator Dickson has been highly accessible. Speak to him probably every other day. He's been holding briefings regularly to inform us all. So that's been good. And then on our aircraft itself, it's always a challenge too, as you know, to be able to discern how you're having an interruption, right? We don't have a 5G light on the cat. Now, if it's an inoperative radio altimeter, obviously we could spot that quickly. However, if it's false or erroneous information, that's where the problem comes. But what I can say is this: representing 62,000 pilots who are doing an incredible job handling this situation. We are the last arbiters of safety. An airplane never leaves the gate unless it's safe to do so. If they don't continue to share the information, the airplanes won't fly. They will make a decision. No airplane will ever leave a gate unless the pilots understand it to be safe, because they're the ones that signed for the aircraft. I hope I answered some of those questions.
Yeah, you bet. And just I'll use the remaining minute and a half for a follow-up. I know
Sure.
ALPA probably has and is having to track, there's a lot of information, a spreadsheet with aircraft types, equipment, AMOCs, expiration dates. I talked earlier to the Administrator Dixon about how the state's flagship carrier, Hawaiian Airlines, has AMOCs for all their airfields that they travel to, but they're going to expire in 25 days. And why this AMOC exemption is really important, because if we don't have this, then pilots are forced into this bracket where, if the weather was 0-0 at a destination and they can't get into that airfield, they're going to have to divert to their destination alternate. And if they can't get in, everyone else can't get in either. So now you have 36 planes lined up at a destination alternate. You have fuel issues, the number 27 in line. Can you speak to that from our pilots in a flight deck that have to deal with that? Absolutely. As an instructor pilot myself too, I've seen the workload rise in a cockpit pretty dramatically at times, right, when we're handling a situation, but in a divert situation in particular, right? As well as I do, how busy it can get. But to imagine now to have to consider all these other possibilities of knowing the configuration of the aircraft, ensuring that you have the data. So the dispatch of our companies, the company's dispatch officers, are going to be really, really tasked with ensuring that they're feeding us really good information. If we make if it's not accurate, up-to-date information, obviously it could lead us down a rabbit hole we don't ever want to go in. So it is challenging, and it's really falling on the shoulders of our pilots, but thankfully we're the most well-trained pilots in the world. Thank you, Captain Pete, and mahalo, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Captain Apete, good to see you, sir. Two very brief questions. Revisiting the altimeter issue. Radio altimeters are one of the most important instruments a pilot has. Any interference, obviously, is unacceptable. Two questions. Could you tell us what warning signs or ways to tell if a radio altimeter is experiencing interference while in flight? And second, regarding your opening statement about the anomalies, could you explain these instances and describe how common altimeter irregularities are in general?
Representative Fitzpatrick, great to see you again. Thank you for those two questions. It is. That's as I indicated from Representative Kahele, it's very difficult to tell, right? If it's an inoperative radio altimeter, we have that occasionally happen, although they were hugely reliable. We've been doing fine landing at airports all over the world, right, without this problem. But 5G introduced a new risk. But if it's inoperative, we can probably put that together pretty accurately. However, if it's erroneous information, that's where the key is, right? And it's, you don't know it's erroneous. You're going to rely on a lot of other signals. And with these integrated systems on more modern airplanes, we're talking about connections to terrain awareness, ETWS, throttles, right? An uncommanded reduction in our throttles to idle while we're on close final in a wide body airplane can create a rapid sync rate. So our pilots are going to be really Johnny on the spot on this and really be ready to react. And thankfully they're well trained and they can do that. But it's unfortunate we put them in that situation. So, does that answer that part of that question? What was the second part again? I'm sorry.
Just explaining, regarding your opening statement, explain the instances and describe how common altimeter irregularities are in general.
Yeah, no, they're very reliable systems, and we have more than one, so it's been really good. And it depends, like in terms of the particular configuration on the airplane and the way they're wired into those systems, as to how those anomalies would be shown to the flight crews. So that's where the complexities really begin. And throw on top of that the issues that we talked about before with the number of NOTAMs that have been put into the system now, makes for a very challenging environment. So along with flying the airplane, we're having to manage, this
sort of safe harbor, but I'd say no harmful interference is in fact what we do for a living and take it very seriously.
Thank you. Mr. Callio, the AMOC process, the alternatives that we discussed earlier, do you have concerns about the ability for the airlines to safely and I guess efficiently operate under this process?
Yes, we do. Right now, it's like I said during my oral testimony, it's a constant ebb and flow. And Joe has referenced the pilots. It's ever changing. I would like to clarify one thing. 90% of aircraft have been cleared, but they haven't been cleared to land everywhere. That has a particular impact on the regional carriers, which I think needs to be looked at. But this constant churn of AMOCs, once every month, is something we can't continue to live by, because we can't do a 30-day rolling operational planning process. So we're working together very carefully right now. Our engineers are talking to the engineers from the telecoms and from the FAA and the manufacturers. So that's producing good results for right now. We need to come up with a better process long-term, because this can't be kept in place where every 30 days it changes where you can fly, when you can fly, how you can fly, which runway you can fly into.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you very much. Ms. Baker, coming back to you. Look, the telecom industry, the FCC deals with deconfliction across technology all over the place. This one dealing with aviation shouldn't be the first time we've treaded into this category. Is there a process that other administrations have used to help with deconfliction that would result in a better outcome?
This was auction number 107, and I've never seen anything like this before. So I would say this is an anomaly, and hopefully we've got all the processes in place now to make sure that we are working with the aviation industry as cooperatively as possible. But yes, the FCC takes comments, and they have spectrum experts that handle these issues all the time.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Johnson of Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask Ms. Black.
Sorry, Representative Johnson, do you have a radio or something on in your office? Otherwise, if everyone could please mute. Thank you.
I'm sorry, that's a meeting with me in the White House.
Well, you'll need to mute whatever meeting is taking place in order to ask questions.
I'm getting rid of it.
Go through and do it online. They don't in person. So
thank you. I'm sorry. I'm multitasking. But Mrs. Black, both DFW and Love Field airports have numerous regional flights from Dallas to smaller cities throughout the Southwest region in the state of Texas. And I'm concerned about 5G technology's possible effect on small routes and smaller airports. Would you be able to elaborate on that concern?
Yes, and thank you very much for that question, Congresswoman. And that's exactly the point. You are right to be concerned about that. I want to say again, these are aircraft that were perfectly fine and certificated appropriately, but they now need AMOCs to operate in an environment that's been compromised by the 5G signal. About 14% of the regional fleet has no AMOC at all, and no AMOC path pending. Another 40% of the fleet, as Nick said just before, has a very limited AMOC. It excludes dozens of airports. So altogether, one or both of these fleet types are still restricted for 70 airports in weather. So if you're in a hub, you might get restricted right there. But if you're traveling through that hub, then you don't get to your spokes. And in some cases, you might not have an AMOC at the hub or the spokes. These are aircraft that are the only source of air service to smaller communities. With half of them sat down in weather at key airports, that's a big problem for smaller communities.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Calio, I understand that 5G technology has been successfully implemented throughout Europe and in many Asian nations. What do you think is the difference here in the United States that makes us believe that we've got to do so much to mitigate this issue for how long?
Thank you, Congresswoman. In our view, which is not Ms. Baker's view, there is a difference between what's been implemented overseas as to what is being implemented here. I think it points out the fact the divergence in facts, if you listen to the testimony, suggest again, we need a better, more transparent, long-term process. These all should have been worked out ahead of time. We should not be arguing about this right now. And this is not really an argument between us and the telecoms. We take a very different view. We rely on the FAA as our safety regulator. They have engineers. They believe that there was a possibility of interference. So I would say, you've got differing testimony on what happens in overseas and what happens here. What we need to be looking for long-term is an answer to, number one, why it happened, but more importantly, how we do not let it happen again and how we resolve things going forward.
Thank you very much. Now, perhaps both of you can comment on this. The altimeter plays an important role in airline flights. What would be the cost to replace the old altimeters on an average per plane?
I'll be happy to start. I do not know the answer to that at this point. What I do know, and Mr. Fanning can probably jump in here if he'd like, but it's a very long-term process. Even to modify a current altimeter has to go through a certification process. Again, the difference in culture between the FAA and the FCC, for example, is always our imperative is safety. You cannot compromise safety under any circumstance. So we're talking, that's what I said earlier in my oral testimony. This is a matter of years, not days and not weeks. Is it something that's being looked at? Yes, as the administrator pointed out, yes, it is, but it's just getting underway and it's going to take time.
Thank you very much. Ms. Black, did you have, anyone else like to comment on that?
I would just add that this issue is going to be with us for years and years. So, we've already talked about rolling out 6G, 7G. So, we need to go out and buy new altimeters every time we roll out a 6G or 7G. Now, I don't have the exact costs either. I don't think they're nickels or dimes. But I do know that airlines spend millions of dollars investing in these safety tools, and so did airports, as Chairman DeFazio said earlier in the first panel, spent billions to become all-weather airports. So we just want to make sure that all of those airports can use that technology.
Thank you very much.
If I may, I just like to.
I'm sorry, the gentleman's time's expired, and we'll now go to Mr. Van Drew, Representative Van Drew of New Jersey for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to thank everybody for being here today and their wonderful testimony. This is important stuff. Your organizations actually represent essentially the entire aviation and telecommunications industries, and it is a massive part of the United States economy. Earlier today, I asked the FAA administrator, Mr. Dickson, about how new entrants to the airspace, like drones, will complicate spectrum management into the future. I do not believe the FAA is currently equipped for the future of aviation spectrum management. The current 5G crisis was foreseeable. Individuals within the FAA Spectrum Engineering Office have been sounding the alarm for nearly a year. The Spectrum Office did not have the authority to make this issue a priority until it was too late. I believe that we must empower the Spectrum Engineering Office within the FAA. It must be provided greater procedural authority and voice so that our country is able to handle the spectrum challenges into the future. So I direct my question to Eric Fanning, President and CEO of Aerospace Industries Association, and Meredith Atwell Baker, President and CEO of Cellular Telecommunications Industry Association. Do you think the current situation shows us that the FAA is not properly equipped to meet the spectrum challenge of the future, such as drone integration? Further, do you believe that the FAA Spectrum Engineering Office must be empowered with authority to better manage spectrum resources, get spectrum to market faster, ensure capability and compatibility, and prevent conflicts like the ones we are experiencing right now? And if any other witnesses concur with this sentiment, feel free to make that known. Thank you. Wait for your answer.
Congressman, thank you. I'll start and say that I think it's an issue of empowering for the FAA. And what I was saying earlier, that all stakeholders, we need to think of this more broadly as we move forward, as we use spectrum, its limited bandwidth, as we use it for more complex technology, stronger signals. We need to have all the stakeholders that are in spectrum empowered to be a part of the conversation, some formalized new process that brings all of us together rather than just thinking of spectrum in stovepiped bands, to think about it in its entirety, because clearly that's part of what the issue was here. This was an FCC controlled process and the FAA raised concerns, but wasn't empowered to do anything about it other than raise it. They have great engineers. They cooperate with industry, which has world-class engineers. And so I think we have to look across all the stakeholders in spectrum, certainly the FAA when it comes to aviation safety, and make sure that they're a part of the process in anything that we do as we expand what we use spectrum for going forward.
Thank you.
So thank you so much for the question. And I would say the FAA is the safety regulator and FCC and NTIA are the spectrum regulators. I fully support FAA having more engineering resources. I think many of the agencies that use spectrum could use more engineering resources, whether it's the Department of Energy who regulates, nuclear, or Department of Interior who use spectrum to measure the, height of rivers. I think everybody could use more spectrum knowledge now that we are using spectrum for so many different things. I think that we need to take another look at the consultative process, because this is an NTIA issue that they should be able to raise the FAA's issues with the FCC and advocate for the FCC. We can't have everyone have their own special, regulator of spectrum. We need to speak with one voice. And so I fully support the concept. I just want to be clear that the FCC and NTIA are the spectrum regulators who need to be fully informed, and agencies like the FAA, really do need to be part of this process.
Absolutely, I agree with you, and I think you hit it on the head. And we need the leadership. So, as all those voices come together, you also need the leadership so we're on the same page and we have the regulation that we need. I think we would do so much better. You can't have people in different spots doing different things, not knowing, which is kind of what happened here, what the other fellow is doing. So I think you really made a good point, and I agree with you on that, and I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Representative Payne of New Jersey for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's see. I understand that aerospace companies are responding to 5G deployment concerns by utilizing filters on on existing equipment as stopgap measures to compensate for signal interference. This would not have been necessary if there was proper communication across the federal government regarding potential issues with 5G signals and technical concerns reached the appropriate parties. Inevitably, there will be a new technology to replace 5G. Mr. Fanning, how would a proper communication of technical concerns make future rollouts of new technologies less chaotic?
Well, first and foremost, which I think all of the panelists agree with, is that the process starts earlier. So there's something that we need to amend or modify to the process to make sure these concerns are surfaced earlier. As was stated at the beginning of this hearing by the chair and the ranking, there are different cultures, different goals, different agendas on these industries. And as a country, we need them both to succeed. And so making sure that dialogue starts earlier and perhaps never stops, because we know there are going to be future auctions, future technologies introduced into spectrum, to make sure that all of the relevant players and stakeholders and those who are affected by it are at the table and can voice their concerns and have them acted upon earlier. Because we certainly have been, the airlines, the pilots, the manufacturers have been talking about this for a very long time. So we need to make sure that there's not just dialogue, but that there's a process in place to act on those concerns from an early point. Because we do have amazing engineers in all of our companies, but to reach the certification standards, the safety standards that aviation is held to for justifiable and important reasons, takes a lot of time. It's a very high bar to prove something won't happen, as Congressman Graves said, than to try and prove that it will happen.
Thank you, sir. I'm glad we're having this hearing, and all are coming to the same conclusions, and everybody's hearing the same information from each other across the whole gamut. Ms. Baker, I'm grateful that telecommunication companies and the Biden administration were able to reach a deal to delay 5G deployment near airports, including Newark International Liberty Airport. However, these exclusion zones will expire and 5G service will be fully deployed. How will telecommunications companies work with the Biden administration to ensure that full deployment of 5G will not cause any additional safety concerns?
Well, thank you so much for your question. The process now, everyone is at the table. We are working with the FAA to give them the information they need. They asked for it in November. We got it to them in December. We are every day making progress. I feel confident we will continue to make this progress. So in July, when the temporary restrictions, if they don't go away before, because I'm hopeful that the FAA will understand that they're and find and feel comfortable 100% that there is not interference here, that there are plenty of countries around the world, such as Denmark to Spain to Ireland, who are using the same spectrum with the same power levels, and there's no interference. So I'm hopeful the FAA will be comfortable enough. So when we reach, they roll off these temporary restrictions. And then when we roll out in phase 2, which is December of 2023, we will already have the process in place to make everyone comfortable that there is no interference here.
Okay. Well, thank you. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Thank you. Now recognize Representative Nels for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Larson and Ranking Member Graves, and thank you for having this hearing. I'm truly glad that Administrator Dixon testified, but I am truly disappointed the FCC refused to be here today. Both industries represented here today and their customers, the American people, have been failed by how the government handled the spectrum auction and the concerns with altimeters. Just yesterday in the Highway Subcommittee Autonomous Vehicle hearing, we heard about the FCC was looking into C-band for AVs in the 90s. That was 30 years ago, and we still don't have AVs on the road. It is mind-boggling that they had the foresight for that, but auctioned off C-band for 5G without fully examining how it would impact the companies involved. I definitely would have liked an explanation from the FCC so we could prevent this from happening again. And I'm truly disappointed the chairwoman refused to testify here. I do thank our industry witnesses for being here. And my first question is for good Captain DePete. When operating an aircraft, how do pilots know if there is an interference problem with the radar altimeter in their aircraft?
All right, thank you for that question, Representative Nels. And in regards to your FCC complaint, you're getting the same silent treatment. The committee is getting the same silent treatment that we've gotten over the years. So I certainly can commiserate with you on that. In terms of trying to see and understand what's going on in an airplane, you know, in the old airplane styles where we had federated systems, meaning that all the instruments were not digital, they were all spread out. You know, we can kind of do checks and balances, see if one conformed with the other and make a decision on that and begin to go down a decision tree. In these new modern airplanes where the systems are integrated, which takes a great deal of understanding to understand how they are integrated because they are all different, it is a little difficult to discern sometimes what is actually happening in the airplane when there's a malfunction. If it's just a malfunction, if it's broke, you know, if the system just stopped working, there's warnings that will be alerted to the crew. However, if it's false information, that's the tricky one, right? And how it affects other systems. We might see that first manifested in itself with some unusual throttle activity. We might see it, unfortunately, you would think terrain avoidance would be pretty important. Imagine if we didn't get the warnings that we were approaching terrain that we should, right? Or we got them when we shouldn't. That creates another problem as well. So that's a really outstanding question. I think that's the one I get the most of. And it is challenging.
Thank you, Captain. And I have a couple questions for Ms. Baker. Given that 5G is already being delivered to the U.S. public using other spectrum bands, what is the importance of rapidly launching C-band spectrum for 5G?
Oh, thank you so much. I'm glad you asked that question. It's a really important one. 5G, C-band is the backbone of 5G across the country. It's because it has unique characteristics. It goes very far. It carries a lot of data. And for this, it really will bring us, you know, it's going to change. I think it's the most transformative technology that we've seen in decades. And it's going to happen to our economy, our education, our health, even our transportation. I mentioned Accenture put out a report last week that said if we deploy 5G, we'll be 20% on our way to achieving the administration's climate goals. So it's really important not to delay for full power. If we do, we're just going to harm America and your constituents.
Thank you. And my last question, a little lengthy here, but the voluntary precautionary measures agreed to by AT&T and Verizon will last for roughly 6 months from launch, yet both have emphasized they anticipate efforts to reduce or eliminate those precautionary measures even before that 6-month period ends. Why is allowing full utilization of the C-band spectrum for 5G, i.e., use without the precautionary measures under the FCC's originally adopted technical rules so time critical? Did you understand that?
I did, and thank you for that question too. I think it's important to take a look at the temporary restrictions. Let's take the 2 miles, 2 miles within an airport. If you are in Rayburn, which I can't tell if you are, if you're in Rayburn and you go to National Airport, that's approximately 2 miles. If you are in Boston Logan and you go to Boston Commons, that's 2 miles. So that exclusion area is going to put large swaths of metropolitan areas and frankly, a lot of underserved areas not being able to have 5G. And we're just going to enhance the digital divide and leave people behind in a way that we just don't want to do.
Gentleman's time has expired. Turn to.
Thank you both.
Yep, thank you. Representative Brownlee of California for 5 minutes. Mr. Brown, no? Okay, Representative, okay. Congresswoman Holmes Norton for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, my first question is for Mr. Barrow, President of the Helicopters Association. I represented the nation's capital, and as you know, the president and Congress are located here. In your testimony, you noted increased risks of 5G interference to helicopters, given that helicopter operations generally take place at much larger, at much lower altitudes than airline flights, and could conduct their entire flight within zones of 5G interference. The development of new radio altimeters with filters that can withstand 5G interference is therefore critical to helicopter and rotorcraft safety, but the costs for operators to purchase and install these new altimeters is of significant concern. Could you estimate the cost to helicopter operators to upgrade to newer, more resilient radio altimeters, and how do helicopter operators plan to cover this cost?
So thank you very much, Congresswoman Holmes Norton. I appreciate that question. Helicopters are just so much different from what we've been hearing today as far as when the radar altimeter actually kicks in. You heard a lot about the 121 and airlines, where most of their flight will be without that radar altimeter because it actually turns off once you get so high above the train. The helicopters use a radar altimeter a lot of times for, where it's actually noted out is because of reduced visibility. So when we have good visibility, the radar altimeter is a safety aspect that gives us additional, not only are our eyes telling us how far we are off the ground, because normally, especially if you're talking about coming in to get the president or yourself or someone flying around the DC area, you're actually deconflicting with the airliners that are over the top of you. You're coming up the river. So over the water, that's where the pilot will glance over to make sure that he's maintaining the proper altitude above the ground. So the importance of that and being able to not be affected by 5G and the filtering, you asked about the cost. I don't actually have the cost for those. And of course, a lot of those aircraft are going to be on the military side too. And I haven't been read into how much work they've been doing with the military aircraft to try to upgrade their radar altimeters.
Could the cost impact the timeline for upgrading rotorcraft fleets?
Well, what our problem right now with the rotorcraft fleet is that the AD, the Airworthiness Directive, and the NOTAMs, we're still having conversations with the FAA to determine what that actually means for the vertical flight community. Because the AD, the Airworthiness Directive, actually says that the radar altimeter is unairworthy, and then the NOTAM area supposedly says those are the areas where it may be unairworthy. And so we still don't have we have no AMOCs yet for the rotorcraft or the vertical flight community, and we're working very close with the FAA to get there. And so we're actually held back by regulations, and a lot of times you'll hear me talk about regulations shouldn't apply to just helicopters. It should be a mission set. And so right now, the FAA has told us helicopters, and that's why we specifically went in and we make sure we got an exemption for the air ambulance mission, because we want to make sure they can deploy. And so what they did for the air ambulance mission is the FAA says, okay, you can fly without the radar altimeter, even though it's required by rule, if you do additional training for all your pilots and you have a movable searchlight. So it's things like that they're trying to come up with that equivalent level of safety. And that's why, until we get AMOCs, we really can't even get a cost estimate.
Mr. Fanning, I'd like to ask you about the logistics of upgrading radio altimeters for the U.S. Air fleet. What steps are involved in that process? How long would it take to upgrade the altimeters for the entire fleet? And how much would that cost, and who currently bears the burden of that cost? Mr. Fanning.
Thanks for that question. There's a lot in there. The first thing we need to know is the operating environment that we'll find ourselves in. So what will be the standards based on that operating environment? So what's the worst case scenario for interference when 5G is fully rolled out? Then, as Administrator Dickson said earlier, we have to set the standards to that, and that could take easily into 2023 for the manufacturers to start designing, building for the certification process. So there's testing, certification. Once the FAA certifies something, then the manufacturers can build it at scale. Rolling it out to the whole fleet is another timeline altogether, because also, as Administrator Dickson said, these airplanes are designed to fly people for 35, 40 years. And so it can take a long time to rotate a next generation of technology unless you're doing it inside of the lifespan of the aircraft. So we're talking about a lengthy process to get next generation new radio altimeters into the entire fleet. And as that creates a lot of variables for what the cost for that could be. We just don't have an answer for that right now. And who pays for it is another question also. Historically, when a part of spectrum is auctioned off, there's proceeds set aside to mitigate the impact of those people inside that bandwidth, but it hasn't taken into account adjacent bandwidths. So
you have to wrap up your answer, and maybe it's a great question, but we need to move on the time frame for the committee, but would appreciate a follow-up written answer to that. Chair recognizes Representative Perry of Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Roberson, in your testimony, you state, quote, all of this made for a confusing and contentious situation created by the lack of information and the failures of the FCC and the FAA to resolve their differences in a timely fashion, while the cellular carriers have delayed their rollout and altered their plans on almost a weekly basis, unquote. I think we can all agree that this is confusing and contentious. The situation should have been and could have been avoided had the administration had the foresight to bring folks together and figure this out prior to the deadline. Unfortunately, Secretary Buttigieg was asleep at the wheel for yet another crisis under his watch. And as you pointed out, quote, there is a real problem, but it is what can be described as an edge case problem. That is, a problem occurs in unusual circumstances and for a very limited number of aircraft, unquote. So if I can ask you this, what do you think prevented the FAA, the FCC, and both industries from coming together and addressing these edge cases before it became a crisis?
I think a big part of it has been discussed already, and that is the way in which the process works. The FCC makes their decisions. They are the authorized body to make decisions on spectrum, and they make those decisions exclusively on the basis of the information that's provided to them in their docket. In this case, the information that the FAA had and the concerns weren't communicated through the NTIA to the FCC, so they didn't have that information to act upon. So that's a process miss that exists. In terms of other inputs, and there were a variety of those who have communicated that they did provide information to the docket, the FCC is always looking for technical information that they can act upon. And so while there were considerable worries that were expressed about radar altimeters and operation in general, those weren't quantified in a way that the FCC could act upon them. So this is a process that needs to be improved. If I might, there's a fundamental one too that I suggested but didn't fully address, and that is that FCC itself doesn't regulate receivers; it regulates transmitters. So, as I described, for the altimeter designers, they felt free to design an altimeter that looked well outside their authorized band. And there's no prohibition, legal prohibition, for them to not do that. The view historically was that market forces would.
And the FCC didn't realize that or consider that or didn't know that?
This has been an item that has been under discussion for more than 40 years about receiver standards and the need for some form of regulation or guideline around receivers. But it's more complex probably than time would permit right now.
All right, if I can ask you another question here. You also pointed out that the aviation world, including the FAA, commercial airline and private aircraft communities, airport authorities, and others have fought this rollout for the last several months, initially focusing on safety of life issues and more recently talking about massive disruption in airline flight schedules. and that's what you said, much of this, I believe, is primarily based on a study by RTCAA filed with the FCC in November of 2020. The question is, have you reviewed the study? And if so, do you find that the RTCA study provides credible evidence that 5G will cause problems with radio altimeters? And can you explain the basis for your response? And also, have there been instances of 5G interference with radio altimeters to date anywhere in the world where 5G has been implemented?
Yeah, two-part questions. The first part, I have reviewed, and my team, 40 people in the company, we have reviewed the RTCA study and do find that there are some significant flaws in the study where very worst case assumptions were made. And this is one of the things that was discussed earlier. It would be very helpful if RTCA and telecommunications engineers could have gotten together in a more timely way to review those studies and to hash out the inconsistencies in the way that the study was conducted. On the question of recorded incidents where there have been difficulties with radar altimeters, this is probably a question better asked of Meredith, but to my knowledge, there is no instance in the world that there has been a problem with radar altimeters at this point.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
Thank you very much. Now turn to Representative Garcia of Illinois for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Larson and Chairman DeFazio, for holding this hearing on aviation safety and the impact of 5G. And thanks to all the witnesses. As many of our witnesses have alluded to today, there's currently a 2-mile restriction on deploying 5G around most major public airports in this country, including Midway Airport in Chicago. Let me be clear. I support the FAA's interim orders to preserve aviation safety, including the 2-mile restriction on 5G deployment. But there are certain trade-offs to these orders. Midway Airport is unusual because there are a lot of residents that live right around the airport. The airport is about 1 square mile and is surrounded by working class neighborhoods directly across the street, as this map shows. Many of you might have experienced this fact flying into Midway, where planes go pretty close over homes. It's always an exciting landing experience. This poster behind me shows the 2-mile radius that constituents of mine live around. They are primarily Latino and Black and lack access to quality broadband. In fact, my own district office, which is 3 miles away, just outside the circle, has very poor broadband. For these residents and my district office, cell phone service is the primary way of accessing the internet. So the potential lack of 5G in the long term, combined with the fact that telecom carriers are planning to shut down their 3G networks at the end of the year, is potentially devastating for these communities and residents around Midway Airport. We cannot permanently prevent these residents from using 5G. We must expeditiously find a way to fully deploy 5G while keeping the same level of aviation safety that we all achieved under the FAA's interim orders. For Ms. Baker and Mr. Fanning, a question. I'm deeply concerned about how long 5G access may be restricted in the neighborhoods adjacent to airports, especially when these are almost always working class Latino and Black neighborhoods who already face significant barriers to broadband access. In your opinion, what is the long-term solution that will allow residents around airports to fully have 5G while maintaining the necessary level of aviation safety? And roughly, how long will it take us to get there?
So thank you so much for your question. I think that's a really, really important one. I'm going to first answer the previous question that there has been no reported interference from 5G in the areas in the almost 40 countries that have rolled out 5G. But to your point, we have agreed voluntarily and temporarily to exclusion zones around these airports. And I think you raised such an interesting and important thing that we cannot exacerbate this digital divide. And so what we're doing is working as cooperatively as we possibly can with the aviation industry and with the FAA to clear these zones as quickly as possible. And we've agreed to do this until July 5th. And at that point, we hope that we hope we'll be done sooner than that. We've made tremendous progress and we really have been cooperating well. And I'm proud of our industry and I'm proud of your industry. And it took too long to get here, but I'm glad we're there.
Well, thank you for that. And as you noted in your testimony, telecom companies have in the past paid other spectrum users to vacate parts of the spectrum or upgrade their equipment so the telecom companies can fully use that spectrum. Would telecom companies be willing to pay some of the cost for airlines to upgrade their planes' altimeters that are at risk of interference so that we do not have these restrictions in place?
So I actually think it's premature to go there because this hearing seems to presuppose that there's interference where we don't believe that there is. So I think we need to let the engineers do their job. And as far as who pays, yes, there have been all sorts of instances where through a special spectrum relocation fund or through a designation from Congress, there has been Congress can use the proceeds of this, of an $80 billion auction as they wish. And so I think that part's really up to the government, but I don't accept the premise that there is actually interference at this point.
Before I run out of time, if your members aren't considering a plan, are they considering any cell phone plan pricing compensation for residents who are paying for 5G but cannot access 5G networks?
Well, we're doing what we can to close the digital divide, and we're encouraged that in the infrastructure bill, Congress actually has helped us do that. So I think there will be longer support to low-income families to help pay for their cell phone and broadband service, particularly as it becomes the competitive choice of many, especially low-income folks.
Looking forward to that conversation. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. We're going to now do a second round. I recognize the chair of the full committee for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did hear a couple of very disturbing assertions. Mr. Roberson said, oh, well, RCTA was based on the worst case. Tell that to the 346 families of the people who died on the MAX. That was supposed to be a worst case. Very improbable. We don't run aviation that way in this nation. And then I heard also, I think it was Ms. Baker, that, well, the FCC auctioned it with Agit Pi blowing off all concerns and not putting in any restrictions, but they followed the rules. Well, that was the other thing, the conclusion of our investigation, that both the FAA and Boeing said, well, we followed the rules, just 346 people died. We changed the damn rules. And, that's a question that needs to be raised about this issue, the lack of cooperation and coordination. I mean, there's a lot of talk about the NTIA, run by the fifth political hack in a row under the Trump administration, didn't forward the concerns of the FAA, but they had been directly communicated to Agit Pi by everybody, by the pilots, by the airlines, by this committee, by the RCTA, and others. And Agit Pi just blew it all off because they were in a hurry to get it out there, and I'm sure they're under a lot of pressure from the telecoms to get it out there, and we don't want to have any mitigations. We want to be able to have the most powerful towers in the world. There's just we've got to get some facts straight. My staff checked again with the FAA on the strength of the signals in France, and they say it's 1585 watts, and Ms. Baker says it's more powerful in France, but they have France at 631 watts. So I guess I don't understand watts. I always thought higher wattage, more powerful. I don't know. Plus they deflect the antennas down, and that's permanent. So to say we might not need any measures, it's like we don't think there's interference. There's another, we don't think there's interference? We have to absolutely 100% to the -9 power, no. That's the risk in aviation, 1 in 1 billion. And I don't think we know that yet. because you've got the Civil Aviation Authority of the United Kingdom saying that they pose a viable interference threat to radio altimeters. Canada, has just adopted exclusion zones around 26 airports. These are not insignificant countries, and they're much more similar to ours than Slovenia or whatever ones you're quoting out there that fly 4 airplanes a day. So, I'm just not happy with the way that, like I said, I think the telecoms are getting it now, at least Verizon and AT&T. I don't think CTIA is getting it. And, I want to make sure that others get it. I mean, the RCTA report, worst case. Well, that's what we plan for, is the worst case. To Ms. Stevens, and this is a concern about the FAA, I don't think the FAA has been particularly transparent with airports. Can you comment on that? I mean, for instance, I was told by the administrator on Thursday, Eugene wouldn't be impacted, and on Thursday, Portland was on their list, and then on Friday it wasn't, but no one seems to understand how that all worked.
Thank you, Chair DeFazio, for that question. And yes, that's very true. The information has not been free-flowing and transparent, and that's been a real challenge for airports to be able to plan and understand why we are being impacted in the way we're being impacted. Eugene wasn't even supposed to be on the first rollout. And then we got the surprise NOTAM on the day of the 5G rollout and needed to try to understand very quickly why we were on the list and how we were going to be impacted. We never truly understood. We still don't know why we are on that list and have the NOTAM in place. And now the majority of our carriers have needed to be operating under AMOCs during low visibility operations. And in fact, we still have one aircraft type that is not cleared to with an AMOC to be able to operate at Eugene. That impacts our passengers, aside from the headaches that it causes for, people trying to run airports. It really does impact our passengers. I was flying back to Eugene on Tuesday with a layover in Salt Lake City and waiting at the gate for the Eugene flight. And I heard 2 passengers talking about how 2 weeks prior, they had taken the same flight back into Eugene. And then they were diverted to Portland because of fog in Eugene, and they were not able to land. That just goes to what we've been battling all these years, Congressman, is making sure that people can use their local air service.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Just a few follow-ups. I want to underscore a point that the chair made about the language being used. Ms. Baker's comments, or his testimony said you state the Radio Technical Commission for Aeronautics, RTCA, study applied flawed methodology and implausible scenarios. The actions of the Maneuvering Characteristics Augmentation System, or MCAS, flaw that overrode pilot auctions in the flight deck of 737 MAXs was an implausible and yet it did happen. We're in the implausible scenario business, and so that is why there is such a thin safety margin in aviation. That's why we don't, frankly, we take personally, because we take responsibility for aviation safety on the subcommittee when we talk about implausible scenarios, because there really aren't implausible scenarios when it comes to aviation safety. So I just want to underscore that point about that, using that term, because it really sort of tells me that y'all don't really get what we're trying to do. I think that's changed, granted, I think that's changed, but I also think that underscores a foundational problem that got us here in the first place. I mentioned at the beginning about just very different cultures between the industries, different cultures between the agencies involved. So I hope we've made that point strongly. Mr. Viola, on helicopters, given the fact there are currently no AMOCs for helicopters, I mean, just how are, I presume helicopters are flying, but what does your future look like right now?
Well, thank you very much for the question, Chairman Larson. Well, that is kind of the problem we have. We've got some regulatory compliance issues, and because of the ADs and the NOTAMs, there are a lot of aircraft that aren't flying right now. And so we're really working for clarification as to, what are the requirements? If the aircraft is required, or if it's a newer aircraft that has a radar altimeter on it, well, then that's when the AD kicks in on certain types of, you actually need to rewrite what the procedures are that describe when the radar requirement was needed. And then if the aircraft didn't have a radar altimeter and didn't need it, then those aircraft can still fly. So we're still, last night and even this morning before our testimony here, working to see what exactly, if everybody in the FAA can agree to what the AD means for helicopters and what the NOTAM actually means for helicopters. Does it mean a possible interference, or does it mean that you can't fly in that area at all?
Your testimony said there's 55 public use heliports in the country. Is that right? On page 6 of your testimony? 55
Yes.
public use. But that number is dwarfed by anywhere from 6,533 to 8,533 helicopter air ambulance landing sites in the United States. Is that right?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Do you have any indication that any of these numbers were taken into any consideration by the NTIA or the FCC as they looked at these issues?
No, we have
none at all.
no indication that they tried to avoid any of our known heliports. And I think it's kind of the same thing as it is for the airports, where normally, when the risk is introduced to aviation, or there's methods or systems to prevent that risk from being introduced. I think in this case here, the risk is introduced, and now we're dealing with it.
It's backwards. Mr. Fanning, is there, if you've talked to your members, is there one single radio altimeter fix, or is it multiple fixes for altimeters based on the altimeter?
We don't know yet. The real testing only started once we got the data, the information from the telecoms, and the FAA is in daily conversation with the manufacturers about what they're learning, which also feeds into the AMOCs. It's been stated, but it's worth repeating that an AMOC is not a permanent thing, and it doesn't give blanket coverage. Each AMOC is different, and they're adjusted or reviewed every 30 days. So there's no one fix yet because we still don't have a full definition of the problem, but there is some optimism that the more modern altimeters are going to test well. But we just don't know what falls into those 3 buckets of an existing altimeter that's going to be fine with 5G, those that have to be retrofitted with a filter, and those that just won't work in the environment. But we're gathering the data in real time, and again, daily conversations with the FAA and also with the telecoms to get that data so we can test against it.
All right. I want to thank the panelists, the second panel, for your testimony and your informative answers to help us understand these issues a lot better than we did, even for us 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 1 year ago, 6 months ago, 2 months ago, and even last week. But we have been, as a subcommittee, trying to get up to speed on these issues as well. But having said that, I see that there's a lot more work to do, and so we're going to stay very engaged on this as well. With that, that concludes our hearing. I want to thank the witnesses again. I ask unanimous consent that the record of today's hearing remain open until such time as our witnesses have provided answers to any questions that may be submitted to them in writing, and I would expect you all to get a few questions. I also ask unanimous consent that the record remain open for 15 days for any additional comments and information submitted by members or the witnesses to be included in the record of today's hearing. So without objection, so ordered. With that, this subcommittee stands adjourned.